ascension.
Hmm.
Now,
Ascension and descension. But what's important about ascension? Because I know ascension is when you go up, descension is when you go down, and like I
that
kind of attribute those things to like a sine wave and how I'm feeling.
see, they tell you, it means a up and a down thing. You know, ascension is. Have you heard of astral traveling?
Yes.
Okay, ascension is learning how to astral travel by control, and it's not a up or down thing. It's a release thing to where you learn to the inner being inside of you. If you have true inner being and soul, your true soul being inside of you learns to release from the body, like on your deathbed or before you accident or in the accident, or you know how to release your soul being out of the body, and that's true purpose because it's levels in life and it's levels in all dimensions. So if you say the word dimension, you got an S on it, you already talking about more than two or three of them. So if we hear now, what would be the next dimension? You see what I'm saying? So it's like, that to realize when I started looking up the word ascension, it started in the back chat. Once in a while, I just start putting ascension across every chat room, and my phone would act weird for the rest of the day. It'll have green screen, red screen. It'll just start weirding out, man. But I realized when I
Yeah,
went,
that is a little weird. We all have like our own quirks that we're noticing, and we're all doing our own experiments, however, the way that we can with our phones and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah, yeah,
I don't know if this is y'all, but this is me. Every time I go to a video, some of the likes will be 33, or some of the dislikes will be 33. And I will always be the number that changes that, but the number that's always there on the likes and dislikes is 33. Are y'all experiencing the same things, or like is that shit like running normal for y'all?
yeah. I mean, like, I turned 4 today. You know what I'm saying?
No, I see 33 a lot, and I think like it's all right. Like, hear me out on this. Check it out. I think that it's literally like a label because we all know that we're being watched and heard right now. Like all of our conversations are not safe. We all know this. You know what I'm saying?
You
But
know
I'm saying I'm saying that like a way to actually tell this is all happening is with the shit that's happening in our phones because we're always constantly with our phones. Our phones are now like an external organ. We cannot live without our phones. We actually care if this thing lives or dies. You see what I'm saying? So it's now become a part of our body in a way, but it's external outside the body. But now we can't live without them. But another thing is that like seeing these digits too much, and we all know that like 33 is the highest that you can go in masonry, Freemasonry, whatever you want to call it. But the thing
Oh
is
no,
like
no, it's 99, brother.
it's 99.
99. Yep. It's 99. I was digging on some stuff. That's how I found the Black Pope and all of that when I started digging with that masonry stuff, man. And that masonry stuff is ancient here in America. That's
Oh
from
yeah,
here.
who's the Black Pope?
Yep. And the Black Pope basically was like, it's a matter of fact, it's still a Black Pope to this day. They just don't ever mention him, but he's the highest arc, whatever they call him words, and he's that guy. Like he's above everything. Like no queen, no king, no none of the motherfuckers can mean anything to him. He's the Black Pope.
But is
But
he visible? Is he in the limelight? Can everybody see him, or is just Pope Francis the one that's out there, like dancing
uh,
around marrying himself?
yeah, he's the face of the label and shit. He's the face of the record label. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. He's the face of the record label, and there's that one artist on there that's absolute gold, but nobody knows. But he ghostwrites for everybody.
No, I'm saying this that one investor that got all the money that nobody ever heard about.
Ah, the producer.
No, the investor, the one that got the bread, that got
Oh
the
shit!
power,
Not
that
yeah,
got
a
the pull, the
level
heat.
above the producer. The yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead, man.
hell yeah. like beyond CEO level type. Like he putting the CEO on. You know what I'm saying? That guy. That's that black pope, man. Like it because there's many popes. It's not just one pope or five popes. It's many popes, and all of them report to the black pope.
Fuck. But see, like this is all new information to me. I mean, I've heard somewhat of the Black Pope, but the only thing I've seen, I guess, in reality, and on the feed or fucking whatever that I'm looking at, I see fucking Pope Francis'
Peace,
face.
Austin.
But yeah, I see
For my
his
good
face pop
people.
up all the.
Victoria, peace.
What's good, fellas? What's going on? What topic is today?
And we just over here talk.
Yeah,
Okay,
it,
yo.
it kind of
Okay.
started out like fucking like personal shit, like child support and shit like that, and then it built up to like right here, and now we're talking about the Pope who's in the limelight, and then there's a black Pope, but then also many popes, and Zoe can take it forward from there.
Yeah, you familiar with that,
We all know
Dustin?
the Vatican. The Vatican got all the hidden cultures, everything. The Vatican, all the secrets. Why nobody can't go up in there? Nobody got their own law. They got all that. You can't do nothing with the Vatican.
But you,
What y'all think about the Vatican Basilica getting struck with lightning the day that Francis stepped down?
that was supposed to happen.
Shit, I didn't even hear about that. What's that?
When Pope Francis stepped down, the Vatican Basilica was struck by lightning. Like literally, like at the minute that he did it or whatever.
It was like purple lightning too.
Yeah, it was abnormal because like it wasn't even enough clouds and other that to be generating that type of energy for the basilica to get hit. And the Vatican hardly gets hit by electrical strikes, which is weird because of how it's constructed. But that day happened in particular when the Pope stepped down.
Oh
That
wow,
kind of
yeah.
remind me of
Actually,
that time.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to just say that remind me of that time when Carrie went down there to South America at the bottom and tried to visit the ancient ones. And when he went back to try to meet with the Pope, they had an earthquake over there.
What? Damn. See, all these things sound too like coincidental. Like lightning strike when he steps down, earthquake when he steps down. You know what I'm saying? Like all these events happen like when this guy steps down. It's almost like I think everything is kind of like an actor based reality, and all these people are just playing roles. You
Oh,
know.
hell
So
no.
like
No, this ain't no entertainment. This is a part of things that was carved in like glyph and like it. It's like Mama Earth. She has a menstrual cycle and she. I feel like the way I express it is she has her period every 2,600 years, 3,600 years. She wipe herself clean and then let life replenish itself. Just like when we go and take a shower or take a bath and sit in there and soak and then wash off when we about to get out. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it was always carved and recarved and then over in other lands carved and all the stories had the same type of description of what happened. You see what I'm saying? So it's not a coincidence that those carvings will be spread out on all the land masses that exist on Earth in ancient glyph type form, that they can't even translate. So it's kind of like you got to pay attention to what reality is happening too at the same time. Like I was going to say the knowledge earlier, I was doing major studies on the dragons, man, and a lot of people don't want to admit to themselves the dragons are real. They're
Dragons
existing.
are real.
Fuck yeah, they're
It's
alive.
the same name, and that's what it fucks me up because if you
how
believe in
go ahead.
dinosaurs, right? If you fucking believe in dinosaurs and you're firm on this knowledge, and I'm not speaking to people on the panel, I'm just saying, if you firmly believe in dinosaurs and the longest dinosaur that exists name is a Drakon, Drakon, that's dragon, bruh.
Yeah, that's
It was
Dracon.
the largest creature to ever fly, bruh. It came from somewhere, bruh. The Nords, the Norse, the Celts, the Asians ain't made this shit up, bruh. It existed.
They worshipped. They was intelligent as hell, man. They were like supremely intelligent. Like when you hear the story about the Adam and Eve in the garden, and she was tempted by the serpent. The word serpent don't mean snake. The word serpent means great wealth, a sea monster, such and such. Guess what? Dragons can live in water or they can live in air because they got gills. So most people
And
don't understand.
a lot of the damn dragons was described as what? Talking.
Talking, yeah, intelligent. They were conniving and convincing. They were also
Do y'all
teaching
believe
us
this?
things about building
Okay,
war
that
weapons.
that makes
Do
a
y'all
whole
believe
lot
y'all
of
spit and follow?
super sense because if we're talking about like dragons in that aspect, that takes the mythos out of it completely. More like dragons are like kind of omnipotent beings that come here and fuck with us for a little bit. Actually, like real gods would, kind of like how all religions portray gods and everything. But uh, I think that I think that the story of Adam and Eve is more of a personification. But you know, if we're bringing like real live dragons into this, as far as like the serpent in the garden, you know, like I know it sounds ridiculous, but like what's more the validity? Any like what are the proofs of this? You know?
I stick with what I say. If you're gonna talk about Adam and Eve, you have to talk about Lilith. If you don't
I'm
acknowledge Lilith, then you already disavow on the story and the
I'm gonna just
representation
tell
of
them
what.
one truth, sister. One truth is just look at Paradise Island.
I hear you. So that one truth is being projected to the main lot of Christians today would be that it's just a snake in the garden. But how else is everybody supposed to take the story? What are we missing?
How you know the angel that portrayed himself as the snake, who now is interpreted as a demon or a devil? Okay, you can interpret however you want. But how you know that he didn't do his job?
Well, I would say that he did do his job because if Satan was right, then we're all able to think and do on our own right now against God's will.
But I'm saying
After
this is he had to be told to go do a job.
Hey Adam, I'm God.
yeah,
And that's why I said it that way, however you want to interpret it, because it's interpreted in many ways. But as far as the snake and representation, it's just the fact of this.
hmm
The point of the moral of the story was he gave you knowledge and the ability to think like them and to be like them. And even the Bible says that. It says that right after that in the part of Genesis, oh no, now they have become like us. So
okay, yeah, I see. No, go ahead, go
no,
ahead.
I'm saying that's the beginning phase of acknowledging that now you have been tapped into a higher power versus what you were originally. And then later it's still mentioned in reference because it is also mentioned that as far as the abilities that human has, you said your creator said you will perform greater miracles even than I. How could you achieve such heights?
But
Peep game.
that sounds like a parent and a child situation. You know, like the love
Exactly.
that we have.
Exactly. But that's the point, right? You always want your child to surpass you, right?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
So with that being said, why originally, if that's the case, were we not directly allowed the knowledge to begin with? Was it a fact of self-destruction? Was it a fact because it was written that way and he wanted all of these steps to occur? Or was it the fact that he saw what was going to happen and he just let it allow to happen naturally? But my question is, at the end of the day, us getting that knowledge, you have to really differentiate that. Because when I have these arguments with people, they say, well, all knowledge comes from God, but you weren't allowed said knowledge. You were
I'm
given
God.
said knowledge through the act of the snake and the representation of the tree of life. And the tree of life itself is a representation of something different because if you go back and believe the other theories, then okay, the tree of life could have been in the center of the earth. And that's why it had something so greatly to do with knowledge itself, if you want to take on that role and understand that role. because that's a whole different mechanism to view versus the allegory theorem that you've been given. Breadcrumbs, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
true. Now, all of what you said is absolutely true, and I agree with it. Now, my thing is now that we're talking about dragons, what's more to dragons that we should definitely know? Because if these omnipotent beings known as dragons, dracoons, whatever, that have been completely propagandized, of course by like space propaganda, uh, stuff like that, or just ancient history propaganda, when it's really not even the real thing of actually what they are. You know what I'm saying? Like we're talking about omnipotent beings, kind of like what's his fucking face? Uh, from Zeus that gave fire to the people. What's his name?
You talking about
Huh?
you talking about
Hermes? Was it Hermes?
Hermes.
no. You say gave
From,
fire. Yeah, Hermes, Hermes the one gave fire. Yeah. It was
yeah.
Hermes.
All right. So you see what I'm saying? So is Hermes just a representation of the biblical story snake that is a representation of actual dragons?
Well, you got to
That's what.
remember the story of Zeus, though, also had what story to Zeus and his siblings is a representation of the Bible. Think about it.
They're just a different version of the Bible. They predate the
No.
Bible.
I'm just asking, what's the similarity between Greek allegory and Bible theology? What's one similarity you could point out?
The Jesus and the replication from a woman from a ghost. You know what I'm saying? Because or a vagina that's on the left side of a man. You know what I'm saying? And out of the vagina that was on the left side of a man, he made a woman.
I
And
feel
Zeus
that.
made
That's good, but it's a simple answer.
and Zeus made his wife and kids out of the top of his head. He had a vagina on the top of his head. It's like it's all sick stuff because we all know that it's taken away from the woman and all of that. But as to
But
the reasons
before
why,
that, how did they come to power? You got to remember, it's Zeus and his siblings. How did they come to power?
well, it from a lot of the major history that comes out, it is the War of the Titans and all that. And the word Titan can mean many freaking things. You know what I'm saying? It just means something like gigantic, big. A Titan could have been an army in a way. If you want to like label stuff, Titans could have been an army that are still personified in a horribly vague way with Zeus and the other gods that come from that era. You know what I'm saying?
I don't even think
Like
that fool isn't in full allegory, and I'll tell you why later. But the similarities between Greek mythology and Bible theology is the Trinity, because it's Zeus.
yeah, it's all a bunch of dicks.
And you
Three
see,
penises in a row.
right? There's the three main people.
I'm just getting back. I'll just get back on. What I was just want to ask y'all a question. What proof did y'all have of the dragons and everything? I ain't saying y'all. I'm saying what facts did y'all bring to the table about the dragons and all? I missed everything.
We're getting to that. I think they were expound upon that more. I
No,
was just
I've
simplistic.
been
And I'll
so
even put you a picture in the back chat with the name of it and all of that. Now, I'm just saying, if you want a quick answer, that if you are going to accept archaeological proof, then you have archaeological proof. There's no question about that. If you accept archaeological proof, if you do not accept archaeological proofs, that's fine. But everything has a root, and it has too many cultures in reference to dragons. I just firmly believe that they're intelligent creatures that pass that final emanation as to where now they're in the spirit realm.
Well, they act like those dinosaur bones be fake too, like they have in museums and everything. All that stuff is fake. So it's really hard to know what to believe. To be honest with
I feel you on that, bro, because carbon dating isn't an exact science. I mean, like it can nail stuff down to a certain degree, but we're finding doorknobs in 65 million-year-old rock. Like, how the hell does that happen?
no, let me explain something to y'all real quick. Now, just go to evidential findings of all of this. Just like get when you get some time, go and look at how the disaster was in Paradise Island. Then look up the fires that happened in California that same year. Then the 2 years before that, you'll look up California fires, and it was 7 to 9 fires. But now you're hearing about the fires in Africa and the Amazon happening at the same time. Now the
Yeah,
thing is,
because Zoe, check this out, man, dude. They wiped it over
Adam,
so clean.
oh Adam, hold on, let me, because I'm just describing some, what I'm saying, for my man Austin
Yeah,
real
go ahead,
quick.
man.
So Austin, basically, what I was trying to just collaborate with them on with the dragon thing is that um, when the Notre Dame Cathedral had got burnt down, CNN had posted a lot of pictures and the video footage of the fire burning. It was two humongous, I'm gonna call them dragons, flying above it, and then one of them was flying away from there, blowing a flame line straight down to the top of the church. Now,
And another reason to back you up on that is because in 2018, May 2018, there's a fucking whale in the middle of the Amazon. Tell me how a big ass whale what's big enough to pick up a whale
and carry
from
it.
the ocean and put it in the middle of the Amazon. Goddamn dragon.
Yep, yep.
So you explain to me how the whale got inside of the Amazon. You explain it to me. Because didn't nothing take a fresh whale.
That way
Ain't no
tons.
tide, ain't no nothing was gonna take that whale inland that far.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say this, but it could have been faked by people. Now, just hear me out. It could have been faked by people. We all know Shamu is still locked in a dungeon to this day. She's been there for like 20 years, and she was moved there by humans. You know what I'm saying? So, this whale that's in the middle of the Amazon, nobody knows how it got there. How there's a damn saltwater freaking giant lake in the middle of the Amazon? That's fucking weird too. But then the thing is transporting a whale wouldn't be that hard because we know that people have money. You know what I'm saying? And
Transporting
look
a
at how
whale would be hard on land, even if you doing it on air. Why? Because you have to have a certain amount of aircraft, and most likely they're going to damn near use two aircrafts in conjunction to carry something that big. Now, the Amazon's not 100% unpopulated. There's people around there. I think a motherfucker would have seen motherfuckers flying a goddamn whale up out the ocean into the middle of the Arizona. Because they were like, hey, bro, you see this shit? Nigga, I'm high. I ain't that fucking high. You see these motherfuckers over here? I know I'm seeing them fly a whale in the middle of the Amazon. Somebody would have seen that. It don't matter, day, night, whatever. It's too many aboriginals out there and everything else.
But check it out though. Did it have to be by air? I mean, logically, if we think about
Yes.
it, the way to transport a whale would be by truck.
You can't transport no damn whale on land through
You can
the
transport.
Amazon, and you got sticks and
Adam,
shrubs and goddamn
Adam,
trees
Adam,
every 10
You
a
can
feet.
whale,
It's too big. It's too
Adam,
big. It's too heavy.
Adam, Adam, a whale weighs as much as a semi, bro.
That's completely okay. There's nothing money can't buy to haul anything. That's what I'm saying. Is like they could have put the whale in a tank and took it there.
And
You
I
know?
feel you, but that area is populated from the sea to the Amazon. Somebody would have saw. On top of that, somebody would have called and bitched, hey, y'all in our airspace carrying a motherfucking dead whale. Somebody called.
Well,
Like,
one thing that we know about humankind is that they don't care about what an animal thinks, and they will totally put an animal into a closed container that's not visible to the eyes. It's not like a giant aquarium rolling down the road for everybody
but
to see.
tell me,
It'll be
what reason would it be? What purpose would they have to put a whale in the middle of the Amazon?
the same reason that they put a bunch of giant stones together and called it Stonehenge, and then made up a giant group of people that never existed. And everybody believes that Stonehenge is here for some significant value when it actually was probably just fake because they knew what they could get away with in our time and their time.
The Stonehenge ain't shit but a keystone. And if you don't know how to use it, it's purposeless to you.
Exactly. But if nobody knows the knowledge of that, then they'd just be like, oh,
Who said
wow.
they didn't?
Because most people didn't know. I mean, coming up, like when I looked at all this stuff from Stonehenge, I thought like there was like way more to it than that. But now, like with my mind now, it's just like, all right, it's just a calendar. That's it. You can make any sort of calendar. You can have one on your refrigerator, or you can make a giant megalithic calendar that uses light through little holes. It's the same thing. Calendar on your fridge, giant megalithic shit out in the middle of fucking nowhere that uses light. It's the same thing because it's constantly keeping time, which is
But
a
it's not
man-made clock.
saying that the knowledge wasn't there as to what the mechanism was for. It's just saying that you weren't allowed said knowledge. You were told what it was for, not what it was
True.
actually used for. But I'm
Totally.
saying that's neither here nor there. Why the fuck did they put a whale in the middle of the Amazon?
Well, for me, when that rabbit trail seems way too long, when that rabbit trail seems way too long, this is all I'm saying. I instantly auto hoax it. I do. When the rabbit
No,
trail seems way too
you know
long,
what makes more sense? I'm gonna tell you what makes more sense. You know what makes more sense? When I watch a hawk snatch a fish out of water and eat a little bit and drop his ass off. That makes more sense. So it must be a motherfucking dragon picked this heavy ass bitch up.
Yo. Adam, can I say something real quick?
man,
Adam,
go.
man,
I
think
don't.
about it, man.
Oh,
Now,
I
who would spend $30,000 to $50,000 to get that exported to the middle of the Amazon for just what views and likes on YouTube?
No, I think it's actually for more the implications of what it means for everyday reality. Kind of like everybody wants to believe that 2 million Jews died at Auschwitz, but and other death camps. But the thing is that's actually not true because if we, all right, so all right, listen to this shit. All right, between Auschwitz and the other ones combined, all the death camp for the Jews in the time of war, there was only 32 ovens. Okay, and they're talking about fitting three emaciated Jew bodies, that's corpse matter, into these ovens, right, and burning all the bodies. When conventional body burning ovens today take 3 hours. I'm sorry, no, I'm fucking that up. It takes 8 hours to
Wait,
completely.
wait. Did you read the other part? Did you read the other part when they found out that was ineffective and it cost too much money? Did you read what they did after that?
Oh yeah. All right. So the mass burials and stuff. So people can go out there and take pictures of old ragged 1945 gear for whatever an emaciated Jew was wearing, and pick it up out of the dirt. But that's just a picture because if all these people literally died in these mass graves and the families got pissed off and said, hey, I want the remains of my family, all the Jews would get together and say, hey, I want the remains of my family's due. Y'all have the science, y'all have the technology, y'all can,
what family? What family? Half of them people
no,
couldn't get claimed because there wasn't nobody left. You got to remember, they're dealing with a repopulated society right now, and the people that were left over in Polish England.
but
That little
that's
bit of fucking population that was left over there, the Ashkenazi Jews.
yeah, but that's still not what I'm saying. Why would they allow Jews to view plays, go to school, have their own currency to buy snacks and stuff? Like, why would they even allow that if they're going to kill them anyways or boil their bodies?
What you mean? Don't you know they were the population? It wasn't an allow. They already were. And then they came and they changed the rules.
I'm just saying, Miss Victoria, it just seems like a massive psyop because, like, why would you even allow Jewish children to have like currency or be with other kids and learn in school and stuff like this? This is documented too.
The same reason the Houthi and the Hutu let them do what they did. Because you cannot tell me what happened to Rwanda didn't happen.
Actually, I don't know that much about it, so you can expound upon that. The thing is I'm saying, like, why would people that are experimenting on what can happen to the human body, like boiling a bunch of Jews in a giant vat, just to see what it does to the human body, men, women, children, all that stuff, just, straight up boiling them like fucking hot dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Adam, where do you think the word chemistry come from?
I do not know.
Well, the word chemistry come from when, the European came to America and experimented on the copper color aboriginals. Chemistry.
Okay, yeah.
So as far as like, them putting Jews in the oven and cooking them and all, I mean, that wouldn't even amount to the Holocaust that happened in America.
No,
together
No,
to
referring
get
to the
all
Jews.
across the world together, it would never amount to what Holocaust happened here in the Americas.
No, it never will. But that's the propaganda of it, is because these people are in history still to this day God's chosen people. You see what I'm saying? They've been kicked out of 113 countries in less than 500 years. What does that tell you? You know what I'm saying? Like these people just come in and try to like y'all hear all the fucking jokes like oh bro, don't be a Jew, don't be a Jew about this. You know, like don't be a Jew about money. Well, where does that shit come from? It comes from people coming into other people's countries trying to take over the whole motherfucker, and then like it's their own currency in that country. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, there's a lot of countries that hate fucking Jews. You know why? Because they like to take over shit. Fuck the Jews. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the reason why they got kicked
You
out.
gotta accept something else though. Them not real Jews. So when you get to
So
that part of the conversation, then it's another conversation to be had.
well, I actually
No,
one thing about me is like I
the
actually don't care
Jews.
about I don't care about real Jews or fake Jews or people that are brainwashed Jews. I actually don't care about all of them. The thing is that they serve actually an evil purpose by a phallic religion. You know what I'm saying? And it by that phallic religion, by the way of when it was started and everything, think like y'all ever opened up a Bible and it said Job begat Lob, begat So, begat Dob, all that fucking begat shit. Well, now I actually know what it means. You know, it's just the lineage of kings, all those who are in power, and they fucking put it in the book because you don't actually know all the names that come from Adam, and Adam is the first Egyptian king Nomer. You know,
That's
like I
not
mean,
his name. It wasn't Adam.
a tomb.
Atuma,
It's Atma, and what did he represent?
uh, a dark copper race.
Okay. So
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 what I was finna say to a sister though, the Ashkenazi Jews are the Jews because we don't carry J's in Latin and Hebrew. So
but why did
them
the why all right
that was a
I
misnomer
get
because we use Y's instead of the J. So
I get
you
exactly
are
what
not
you're
a Jew.
saying. Why if the first Egyptian king was copper colored or melanated or whatever, why was he such a you know what I'm saying, a bisexual faggot? Like what the fuck? You know, it's like you're talking about carved in stone. Carved in stone is a guy that's butt naked with his servant with a freaking erect phallus coming up through his skirt, about to fucking put oil on this guy so he can go out and raise his right hand and say that he's the freaking pharaoh. You know what
But
I'm
you're
saying? Like,
talking
where's all
about
this gay shit coming
listen,
from?
listen. First of all, you're talking about something that's not here in America. Off real. Because
I
no
would
no
say I
faggot,
would say that the way that they were in Egypt is here in America because America is
no, I'm
Egypt.
gonna tell you. It came from here. It didn't come here. So what
I'm
you
saying it's
talking?
always been the
So
same since
let me
Egypt.
see
Egypt just
if
spread
you
out.
don't understand what I'm trying to get at him. What I'm saying is all of that what they call abomination was a part of the pale race that had exceeded into lineages through having sex and intertwining with other races that was in power. So when that happened, that's where the Sodom and Gomorrah, all that happened. That wasn't in the beginnings of the royal blood lineages leaving America, going and conquer those lands. So when you look at Assyria, Samaria, you look at Egypt, those are lands that we left. Russia, all of those lands are lands we left. Ireland, Scotland, those are lands we left. So when you see the impact of what happened is what I'm gonna say to you is not to be biased or prejudiced by any means, but it's what reality.
It's okay, shoot. I've heard it all. Go ahead, man.
So it's only two pale races, which they call Caucasian. Remember, I was saying I use white, that bullshit. It's two pale races. It's an Ashkenazi and it's a Khazarian. So when you got an Ashkenazi and a Khazarian race of the same, complexion, you automatically have a distinguished, beef. So when you look at the Ashkenazis, You look at the Jews. When you look at the Khazarians, you look at the Irie lands and the Scotties, the ones that took over the land after, all of that was just abandoned pretty much. That's why them castles are very empty. So you got to look in reality and stop, like, thinking or believing, and just look at the land masses of what's going on at those places to this day. Now, none of those people over there built those castles because they ain't built no sense. Now, what they're building today over there as mansions, those are just comparisons. But in reality, you got to look at the beef between the Germans and the so-called Jews. That was like a Crip and a blood beef. That was
Okay.
like two gangs. That was like two mafia gangs that just had super beef. But
I,
what
that like today, there's Bloods and Crips that don't actually know what the fuck is going on. You know what I'm saying? They're just Bloods and
right,
Crips at the
and
core
they'll
level.
kill
But
for the cause. Yeah, they'll kill for the cause just because that's what they're part of. Like, I wear red. You know what I'm saying? I bleed. I bleed blood. And all that weird.
yeah,
But
man.
my point of it is that the unbalance of all the politics which come out of religion, which come out of governing, and which come out of all of the law, and which come out of the universal, which come out of the kingdom, which come out of America. You see how I just broke that down?
Yeah,
All that come out of
there's
America.
a lot that comes out of America because of what has been done to America.
No, no.
Like
All the things came out of America. That's why you think every race is trying to get to America. Why do you think they trying to learn English? Come on, man. It's not just, you can't look at science on this shit. It's reality. You just look in reality. Every country in the world is trying to learn English. It's the
well, yeah,
power.
because like is that everybody's opportunity to sell out? You know what I'm saying? Or is it everybody's opportunity to like freaking get on something good? But is it actually even
Remember I
good?
told you, listen, remember we was talking earlier and I said English means angels. And if it's English language, it's the angels language is built of curses, spells, and power. So everybody trying to learn this language to be able to go and do their own manifestation of how they learn wordplay to empower themselves. But what people ain't paying attention to is this is the language to make you whoever you want or whatever you want to be in reality. People don't speak it into existence for themselves, so it never happens. But everybody's trying to learn English because of the uniqueness of how you can self-heal yourself with words.
Yeah, I know, man. Like I know all this stuff, and like at the root core of it, to me, it's like we're arguing over what soul sediment came in the river first. Was it the black soul sediment? Was it the white soul sediment? Was it the brown soul sediment? Was it that kind of green shit color over there? Was it that sediment? What came in the river first? Well, we'll never know because we don't know how the river even got there. You know what I'm saying? So we can't say really who came first. And another thing is too, man, is like look at all the weird shit that's happening right now. Have y'all heard of fucking Justin Bieber playing a role called The Weeknd in blackface?
Uh-uh.
You know how actors like a white actor. All right, so like has everybody seen the movie Tropic Thunder? You know, where a dude was actually a white guy, but he was painted as black and played a black man role in the movie.
Yeah, that's in Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, yeah. All right. So that exact same shit, because dude, if you look at the side by side between Justin Bieber and The Weeknd, it's like fucking, and they both sing in the same voice, high falsetto. They've shared the same girlfriends. They live literally down the block from each other. It's like what the crap.
He said woodcock, woodcock.
What the
Do it.
hell? I don't know what that was.
I don't know, but like there's a lot of effed up shit going on. Like Miley Cyrus is actually Steph Curry's wife. You know what I'm saying? It's just makeup and a tan that makes her look different. That's actually still you know what I'm saying? And plus, like, why hasn't The Weeknd? He's 28. Why hasn't The Weeknd in 28 years exposed his legs and arms? Like, what the fuck is with that? You've never had a photo taken like with a tank top or just a regular shirt where everybody can see the rest of your arms. And I think that's kind of like, bro, you got something to fucking hide. Because I see it as Justin Bieber couldn't fucking keep up with the shit that he was doing because as an artist, I'm an artist too. I play music. He was looking for an outlet to express himself in different ways. And I think that what his outlet was is coming up with this character, this role that he's an actor and playing is the weekend in blackface because he's a white guy painted black. He's an actor. You know what I'm saying? And the implications of what I'm saying is showing how embedded the use of color is uh, on us. You see what I'm saying? Because not many people, most people are going to think, oh, that's just a black guy. You know what I'm saying? But if you look at the side by side between Justin Bieber and him, look at all the weird coincidences. If you watch some of their videos, they act the fucking same. They do the same stupid, dumb shit that like we all do, like between our friends. And then freaking, they live down the block from each other, and they've shared the same girlfriend. So to me, that seems like a big ruse, a big story. And you know what? You know, maybe he's even getting off on it because, like, think about this in his song where he's saying, "I can't feel my face when I'm with you, but I love it, but I love it." Like, what does that mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, check it out. He could be fucking talking about money, drugs, and women in that song, or he could be talking about the fact that he's wearing a mask. I can't feel my face when I'm with you. Probably talking about the high that he's getting from being white playing black. You see what I'm saying? As an actor.
Hey, that's hella funny though. I ain't never think of that, but that would be funny as hell, man.
It would be funny as hell, but the thing is now that I'm talking about it, and if you could just look into it, you know, just Google it or freaking whatever. I'm just saying that like a lot of this shit is happening a lot. Like you know, all right, like I don't know if anybody was there to catch Bro Sanchez's live stream, but he was talking about the Pope and what he's got going on and everything. You see what I'm saying? But like, I don't know. I'm just drinking. Y'all go ahead and take the floor. But yeah, just not to fucking kill the vibe or anything. Like back to dragons and shit. Like literally, like I just all right. I just want solid, but maybe that's asking too much. It's asking for evidence of dragons with solid evidence proving that they've been here and everything, other than the mythos and the tales and the religion and all the rabbit holes that go with religion and dragons. Is there any way to prove that, like other than just the way that we perceive dragons as far as like the individual, and how far do we have to go as an individual to actually perceive dragons as an actual thing that actually happens?
It really ain't no way to prove it.
That's okay. That's okay. We can still talk about it. We can still talk about it because the validity of dragons would be super fucking cool to me. But other than that, like I'm still just gonna stay with the. You know, huh, no, no, thought you were asking that to everybody. No, I don't believe God is source. Yeah, I would say so since they're giant lizards. That's what they share in common. Yeah, kind of like the dragon in the never-ending story. That was the dog dragon. He was, or the or the dragon. or the dragon in Avatar that was like some koala flying furry dragon. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, anything's possible. If they saying the Earth is flat and it's infinite land, then you know, ain't no telling what's on them other lands. The myths had to come from somewhere.
true that the myths did have to come from somewhere, and that's what I'm on. Is like, is it literally like valid flesh living freaking beings, or are they like omnipotent like aura stuff that like comes to us only in drug visions, like on shrooms, acid, or whatever, or are they like literally just being personified? There's three outcomes. They're either living flesh and blood things that existed here and can travel through dimensions, or two, it's all made up and it's actually just personified energy or a personified story that fits the narrative of all religions. And then three, it's dragons are real and they're omnipotent gods and they actually have been feeding us knowledge this whole time.
I mean, who knows what they had and what kind of lands they had in the islands or something. They proving through the zoo system and capturing animals and keeping them that they can harvest animals. So they probably got some shit, some tunnels to other lands, anything they could have now. Like, who knows? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's freaking crazy. What's the difference between a black rhino tusk and a white rhino tusk?
Just motherfucker want it. Nothing.
Yep, just want it. Just fucking want it. Oh, this came from a fucking white one. Oh, this came from a black one. Oh, who cares? It's $2,500 for this damn horn. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why all the wars are started in the Congo and shit. You know what I'm talking about? Like, there's a lot of people in the freaking Congo that like don't agree with animal killing, monkey.
Yeah. Yeah, but the Chinese claim that, whatever, that those rhino horns supposed to have some kind of healing properties or, extending your life properties, you know what I'm saying?
That's all over here. It's sad.
Yeah. Just like they do with gold. But I never could understand that, just killing animals for gain. Yeah, I ain't got nothing wrong with it if they killing and they eating it, you know what I'm saying? But not just for gain. Most of them folks be hunting them deers, they be killing them and eating them. Yeah, they be eating them. No, they get a big one, the price ain't heavy. Them folks eating that deer meat.
Yeah, we eat them. I hunt deer. Well, I used to.
Facts. The whole state of
I don't,
Kentucky eat deer.
I don't do it no more, but I used to. I used to hunt all the time. Yeah,
Yeah, they
we had a guy that used to process them. We'll hunt them and take them to him, and he'll process and make sausages and all that kind of stuff. It's good as hell. You just got to know how to do it because it's got a real wild taste.
it's supposed to be.
I hit 3 deer, and every time I hit a deer and fucked my car up, when the highway patrolman got there, one of his buddies came there and picked that deer up. That's just some weird shit. They love them deer. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Because they getting paid, because that's not going exactly into freaking roadkill, because they're looking at the damage done to the body, and then they're seeing how much money they can make off of the corpse before it it all goes to shit.
Nah, they eat that shit, buddy.
No, they eating that
These
motherfucker.
white folk from the country, they be eating that shit, brother.
They eating that motherfucker.
Yeah, we do, because I've done that before.
Hey, he ain't lying because I hit a deer and and it wasn't dead all the way. So the officer got out the car and he shot the deer 2 times in the head. And I guarantee 10 seconds after he hit that second shot, the motherfucker roll up in a pickup truck. What you gonna do with that deer?
It's like it's natural, like they know how to live on their own. I mean, it's spooky, but I was like, wow, man, these motherfuckers know how to live out in the country. I think it's dope, but it's spooky. You know what I'm saying?
It's pirating. They're pirating off a dead corpse like vultures.
I think it's a difference between there's a difference between black folks and certain white folks, man. There's a difference between the regular white folks and these hillbillies, man. These motherfuckers really got a swag to them, man. That they don't need the government, man. They can go live off some deer. That's some weird shit.
They gonna hunt rabbit, possum, everything.
All that shit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like coming up, it was just kind of a thing to like kill shit, but then like I just kind of lost the vibe for it. Like, I don't know, man. Like when your father tells you this is a female deer, this is a male deer, and you're looking at them, you're sitting up in the fucking stand, you know what I'm saying? And you're looking at them and you knowing the genders of both these fucking animals, and you know that this thing is about to get on top of this thing and ride it and make a baby. But it's like, why are you even going to stop that just to kill this motherfucker, just for his antlers, maybe for the pelt, and then, the meat that you get off of it? Because, like, that's just, it's prevalent. I mean, the stereotypes are there. They're fucking real, dude. Like, people make beef jerky out of dead deers. Like,
I mean, like I say, no, I wouldn't have no problem with that because they actually killing it to eat, killing it to live. But you know how them people just be shooting giraffes and shooting lions and shooting elephants, just for no fucking reason, just to take pictures with them and shit,
Yeah, but no animal is less than the other one.
Y'all, one thing that all y'all keep saying, like we was talking about earlier, Lindsay there. We was talking about earlier on mine when I was asking the question, what is it? And the experience, or what is life without experiencing it? And once you figure out what it is everything. So what y'all keep saying is, kill it. It did this to it. It did this because it was doing this, and it this, that, and the third. It. Once we realize that it is everything, it is you.
It is the third person, bro, and it's not relating to a human. It's relating to like, it's not a person or a place. It's relating to a thing. Third person variable.
Hold on. Root word. I understand what you're saying, but man. Yeah, I'm gonna rebuttal, but read the definition, right? And we found out that definition definitely means he. So it doesn't mean just a third party, a third person. It means everything. By the definition of it, it means everything. It is everything and all, no matter what you want to look at it. See, most people will try to rebuttal that, but it ain't no way can get around that. Now you can have the floor, but go through your definition and read it for yourself, y'all.
I'm with Huey on that one, Root. I mean, like I know you and everything. I know your concepts and everything, but like I'm actually with Huey on this one because it literally is everything. It is the unexplainable, which is the reason why we try to explain it because that's I guess, our journey, our path. Because that's kind of what I do. Like in life, I try to make sense of shit and explain it to myself for whatever reason. But I'm just stuck in the middle of this shit. It is actually consuming me, and I'm walking through it.
You can never be
It is something you don't have a name for.
He or when you come in, I mean like wild. I mean, I'm not. It's not even an argument. It's like it goes I, you, first person, second person, then it goes he, she, it. You know what I'm saying? We could never be it's. We are the he or the she. I'd agree.
It is something you don't have a name for.
I got a question.
It is a pronoun that takes the place of a. Oh, my fault. Knowledge. I know y'all was talking. My fault.
So as far as everything having a root, it could just be the abbreviation period for the EO, or as you would symbolically see it or recognize it as the IO. The IO
Yes,
itself is,
it's a third person.
but the IO itself means input, output, I, T, input, T, output, T, it. Your IO is also symbolic for the one too.
Victoria, you just blew my friggin' mind. My shit just fucking blew up. I don't even see how I didn't even.
Like when we look at it in any other language, the word it stays the same. It takes the place of he or she. It's in all languages. Like I'd say, in any language you go to, it's I, you, and then you put he, she, it in the same category because it's a third person. Nothing else. It's not even. That's like when they say in the Bible, he, she. You got to replace that pronoun with a noun. You got to say like you got to put a noun to it. It's weird though. Like I mean,
Question. So if you said the IU is that right? Back to the IO. The IO two dots over to be a symbolization of a U. Input, output. We're talking about a language that's built off of Greek and Latin, and the Greek and Latin, that's what the IO is. EO.
There's no word in Latin or Greek IO. There's the only word that start with E like that is EU, and that means complete. Like the Europe, like universal, like it's just the EU, the Europe.
The EO exists. The EO exists even in mythology. But I'm saying that I and the O together symbolically is a U.
I to O together is a what you call a bimora. It's two syllables stuck together. Like when you would say hat, that's a I. When you would say alt, that's a OU. OUGH, the all. You feel what I'm saying? It's just a vibe.
But isn't the IU or the AU same thing as OWW? Like all or all. AU is just all, and then OW is all.
It's a two vowels.
IOU is deceptive, very deceptive.
But what languages are we? I mean, like when we say that, I mean, I ain't saying nobody's wrong. I'm just like, where does this come from, though?
Well, I'm saying if you saying in the reference to it, it is an English language word, right? You say therefore it does not exist. It is built up, compromising of mostly is composed of Greek and Latin, which is your English base. In Greek and Latin, you find the EO, or as I'm saying EO because that's pronunciation that's correct. Okay,
right.
or also is. But that's what I'm saying to you. As you said, the it does not exist. And I'm saying the abbreviation for itself exists is derivative of the EO, which means input, output, IT.
How does not the
I get what you're saying, but you're taking a word and you just took the beautiful Latin word and destroyed it. It is ill. That's it. It still means it. It still means in Latin, which is not an English word, it's a Latin word. all these languages are built off the Latin American language. So it is EA or EU, and it's a sound, but when you take it away from it, which is like a building, like it is big, like it ran, like it is awesome. You can take it away and say she is big, he is awesome, she is awesome. It's still going to go back to a third person in French, Spanish, Portuguese, Swahili. Man, all of them is just a third person.
Can I get in real quick?
Root words, right? Because when you Merriam's Webster, it says that it's in reference to a lifeless thing. So when he said
Wow.
that we can't be it, he right. It's right here on in Webster's
Hey, now
Merriam Webster
pull up
dictionary.
would you read? Pull up the definition you read earlier. Knowledge.
What of it? I got it right here.
Read it.
It says that one used the subject or direct object or indirect object of a verb, object of a preposition, used in reference to a lifeless thing. And then it's got the two slashes, meaning it's coming from Latin. And then it says it's referring to a lifeless thing or abstract entity used as a subject of an impersonal verb that expresses a condition or action without reference to an agent. So he right, a person, unless
No.
you dead, you could be a it. But if you got life,
No.
you can't be a it.
That's what
That's
they
what
tell
Webster.
me.
Well, that's what Merriam
That's what
Webster
they tell me.
dictionary say.
Read another definition because I was read a
When
whole
us
nother.
black people master the
I'm not
pronoun,
disagreeing at
It's a whole
all.
lot of them.
black
It's a
people,
whole lot of them.
Hold on, let
I'm
me
when us
not
black people master
disagreeing.
the pronoun, when us
hold
black
on.
people,
Can I say something real quick? All right, because I don't agree with people, right? It is a thing that is not living as well. It is everything that you can see and that you can't see. This is what y'all are still explaining. All I heard that y'all said the whole time, talking about what it was. What it is something that it is and nothing that is everything.
But here, once you put a name on it, it's over. Because I say that it, but once I say, well, that's a cricket. Now it's no longer it; it's a cricket.
But that's what I was saying about
Yep,
it
that's right.
being you.
That's right. Flat
It
plain
is
right.
a you though. I'm not disagreeing, but what I'm saying is the derivative of it explains you because that's the point. Until you give it power, it does not exist.
Nothing
You have
exists
to be
without
the
you.
one. But all I'm
Yes.
saying is in representation, y'all said the root of this shit. The root of this shit is simple. Like y'all saying, and like I said, I'm telling y'all that's where the root came from because the I and the O is a U together. When it's together, it's a U. That can't be a coincidence.
Okay, here go another definition, a B definition. It says used with many verbs as a direct object with little or no meaning until explained. Now that's what Flat Plane just said. As soon as you explain that it is over with, it ain't no it no more.
Yeah, that's why I say it is anything that you can't put a name on.
Yep.
Once you put a name on it, is it's over.
Yeah,
now,
what you
when
create,
they teach you languages, or the way I was learning it, and I'm trying to do this little book. When you don't know the name of a noun, like say if you're trying to speak Spanish or any other language, and you wouldn't know how to say the bird is beautiful, you would say it is beautiful. You would just put it in to take away from the noun.
And it
But
is
it's taken away from the noun.
right. That's right in that term. And with flat plane is right in that term.
Hold on, one more second. And in all languages, it's called a pronoun. It takes away, it's artificial. It's just that, I mean, that's why they say in the front, oh, he, him,
Listen,
her, hi. They throw the artificial instead for throwing the true noun there. That's all.
And he right because it says that too. It's a whole lot of them on here, but what he said is number
look,
5
even
right
you
here.
just you said it said
a little bit slower
listen,
because
look,
I'm getting what he's saying though.
I'm trying to show you something though. Listen, because we know we are under the spellage. And with y'all not reading this through the spellers to see that it is all, because you steady saying, no, he right, because it said it right here. This is what it said, right? What did it say? Then you're gonna tell me what it said about it. And then you're gonna say that it wasn't it. After it told you what it was, bro. You just said, yeah, he right, because it said it right here. It did it. It is it all. Everything is it. When
Only
you put
only
it,
when you but when you
just say the
explain it, when you explain it, it's dead though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because it is a part of all, and it don't hold
Hey,
more weight than,
y'all.
and it don't hold more weight than they.
All. It
It
is
is
the
everything.
all.
It's
Like, what are we
all.
talking about?
Everything. The
All
I.
is
I
omni,
is
bro.
everything.
So
All is
Listen,
how
omni or mono.
can
All
can
is omni. You say omni. Oh, my fault, beautiful. My fault, beautiful. I know your fault.
no? Go ahead. I'm just
can I
go
just get
ahead.
mine out before I let everyone speak without interrupting, so we don't sound like we arguing. And then I'm gonna stop. All right, because I'm just trying to show you how it is everything. No matter if you put a name
Let me
to it
ask
or
y'all this
not.
right here. What's the opposite of it? You know, everything got an opposite. What's the opposite of it?
What ain't.
There is no opposite to it. Just let Hugh finish a second.
The
It
opposite
is
of
what
it
it
is what
is,
it's
right?
called.
It is what it is, right? Check this out. Listen,
Yeah, that's facts.
Every,
That's facts.
every word got an opposite. Every word got an
listen.
opposite. But what's the opposite of it? You got an
It's
opposite of
what it
all or nothing. You feel what I'm
is. It's
saying?
all
It would
Or nothing. Or
The
nothing.
opposite of it is
You know
what
what
it's
I'm saying?
called.
God damn. Let me just try to tell
The
you.
noun. You right though, flat plane.
There's no opposite to it. You feel what I'm saying? I mean, and that's a word opposite of its own. I mean, everything else got an opposite. Everything else got a yin and a yang, but it don't got no yin and a yang. If it's it's
It
it. I
don't,
mean,
because
what's the
The
it
opposite?
only
is.
opposite
is
to
everything.
the only opposite to it is I and you.
What is its name? The opposite of it is what it's called.
Is
I
the
and
time.
you. You
And listen,
replace I and you with whatever verbiage.
can I just get
You
this out real
put
quick?
the first person and the second person and the third person, which I ain't saying she's wrong, but when you say the opposite, it replaces the noun, so the opposite of the pronoun is the noun.
It
I
is
think
opposite.
The opposite of it is Harry P. The
Why?
opposite of it is flat plane. The opposite of it is knowledge. That's
any
the opposite of
noun,
it.
you're right. Just put a noun there. A person, place, or thing will replace it. You right.
But
Which
I
is
don't
either
think
a
we can argue
I.
that.
Now,
place to
can
think
I
It's either
it is
a
Mother
I or
Nature.
a you.
can I say this since y'all said that? Anything that you put in place of the it is what it is, right? Person, place, or thing, right? Right?
All right.
Person, place, or thing is what you will put in the replace of it. That lets you know that you are it. And it is everything because it is every person, place, or thing.
So
You can
now
say
you're everything.
you
So
can
now
say
you're
that
everything. You're going against
you can say
yourself.
that's it right there.
You ain't
You can
everything,
say
bro. I'm not everything.
God
No,
damn.
no, 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 no. Hey.
Hold on, let me
you
just
can say a
finish
sentence
what
like
you just said. Let me
Let
just
him
you can
talk.
say a sentence
That's
like
kind
you
of
can
the
say a
wrong way
sentence
to
like
look at it. That's kind of the wrong way to look at it. Like, look, check this out, people. Like, you all, like all of y'all, are I'm singular, but you are all aspects of me, and you are singular, just as I and everybody else on the panel is to you. You feel what I'm saying? Like that's how everybody is the all because my thoughts, you guys are here because my thoughts have led me in this direction, and you are my thoughts. You're my thoughts speaking right now. I'm your thoughts speaking right now. That's how to explain the it.
now when you explain the it, you got to say that it takes place of a noun, bro. Y'all like y'all saying stuff from nothing to stand
hey,
on.
And
if
I
you say,
hear
hey,
that, but what
let me
I'm
ask you something
saying
right here.
is it's only two ways.
If you put it in the form of English, you put it in the form of English, you say, okay, you put it in the form, you say, that's it right there. Anything could be it. That's
And
it.
that'll
Let me
settle the
ask you a
So
conversation.
what
question.
is
Let
it?
me ask you
Nah,
a
but
question.
then the next thing gonna say is,
What is it? That's it right there.
go ahead, Vicky.
There it is. There it is. That's it
You
right there.
cannot
That's it.
Y'all,
preposition.
you keep saying
You can't
The
put a verse.
answer, but I'm saying, y'all keep saying the answer. I have just said the answer. You are saying the answer. I just said the answer again. It either pertains to myself or an external. An external is you. You can be a tree, a dog, a slut, a pup. It doesn't matter. It's you because you're not me. In the eye
Thank
perspective, in the eye reflection, I do what? I take the information, I change the information, I output the information. It's which is either I or you.
No, let me
Exactly,
just
which is
rebut that.
I'm saying
Because
that
that's not
you are an aspect
in
of
my
me,
eyes.
and
Hold on,
I'm an
let me
aspect of
cut
you.
off, bro. Adam, let me just say something before I get cut off, bro. One
Okay.
thing, look, when you say I represent the person, the first person you're talking about, like my name is Andre, that's I. When you say you, that's to a person, a human. When you say he, she, and it, he, she is the human. It is like the
Why does
building.
you have to pertain to a human?
Cut you off, beautiful. I'm just saying you're wrong and
I'm
you're rebutting.
asking you, why does you pertain to a human? The word itself, I, means solo, you, yourself, Andre, right?
Never be human. In any language, I'm asking y'all to bring this language, whatever y'all talking about, anything y'all talking about, please put a language to it or y'all just making it up.
Well, I gave in reference to the languages earlier. I'm just simply stating that there's only two truths. Either it has to do with you or it has to do with outside of you. That's it. There is no in between on that. It's either you or it's your outside of you. And anything outside of you can come with any label. It doesn't pertain to just a human because that is not me. So that's what I'm saying as far as the root of it
right,
and
right,
in plain.
right. Because you are the you and the I. You are the I and the you. You got to realize you are both of these tangibles and untangibles. You are the inner and the outside of you. You
But
are
how can you be a
everything
but
inside of you.
how can you be a it
Listen,
though?
hold on. Let me just. Why can I never get in 3 fucking words, man? God damn. Hold on. Let me just try to explain it real quick before you cut me off and ask a question, bro. Look, you are everything inside of you and everything on the outside of you. Meaning, all your lungs, your bones, your blood, everything inside of you makes you up. All of the cells, the germs, the everything that's inside of you makes you up. Even the outside of you, meaning the outer shit that we can see, your eyes, your lips, your hair, and even furthermore shit than that, because those are things that would be considered as an it. Your fingers is a it. Your nose, your all of this is a it. All of that is part of the it.
Say it in a
Your heart,
sentence, bro.
your heart.
Say it in a sentence.
He can't say it in a sentence
Listen,
because
You wouldn't even know
it's
how to say it in a sentence.
contradictory. It's contradictory because as soon as you say
what?
finger, it ain't no it no more.
Listen, your
Thank you.
finger is the it. Let me
No,
tell
it
you
ain't.
why.
As soon as you say finger, it's
Listen, it
no longer
is.
a
Let me
it.
tell
No,
you.
it ain't.
That's
How
why
can
I
it
asked
be
you
a
to say
it
it
if you
off.
explain
Just
it?
say it in a sentence.
Let me show you, bro. Can I explain it? Let me explain it. How your finger is a it, right? After you gave it the name of finger, because a finger is just something that we call it. It's still it. Listen, my finger is still it. It's still a part of my hand, which it is a part of my arm. My arm is a it. It is a part of my body. My body
So
is
how is it an I and a you if it's the it?
hold
Okay,
on,
question,
listen,
question,
listen.
question. Let me
Hey,
ask a
hey,
question. Let me ask a question.
but here, I see what you're saying because it's just like in our normal conversation, you out to my they, when you don't realize that they you talking about is yourself because you the only
Yes,
barrier.
yes,
My hand.
see it.
My hand.
So hold
Her
on, I got a
hand.
question. I got a question.
Your hand. His hand.
Everything in mathematics has a check, right? Meaning, if it's the true answer, you can prove and see your work somewhere else or the answer somewhere else, right? It fact checks
What it
itself.
is.
Hold on,
What it
I'm
is.
asking. Does math fact check itself?
Does
Yes.
Math
math
and
For the
language
most.
check itself if we could stand on something.
I'm
Yes.
asking. Yes. Okay.
yes,
So,
everything in life fits itself.
thank you. Everything in nature is mathematically that basic numerology always fact checks itself. So
Yeah,
let's look at where your representation is. I just told
right.
you what it means. The IO. It is found in Greek. Guess what? When you take the IO in Greek and translate it to Japanese, guess what it turns into? I. Guess what else? Your computer language starts off with the IO, the one and
Yes,
two, the input output. This shit keep
yes.
fact checked in itself.
It's the
So it
binary
has to
code. It's
be,
the 0 and the 1. It's still
it's
the
a
0.
true code, whatever it
It's
is,
the
and it's
binary.
a truth that we are
I cannot stand
misinterpreting. So
on
that's what
one.
I mean by the fact check of the input, the output, the you in between, because every time these numbers and letters keep transforming, it always comes back to a I or a you, and that ain't fallacy.
I agree with you, Mister.
Y'all, in Latin and Greek, I is ego, man. You is yo. You feel what I'm saying? So you can't take them words and take them out. It's going to always be your ego. It's going to always be you.
That's what they gonna tell you.
Hold
See,
on, I just
that's
cut
you
you off,
so
brother.
gone off of what they
I'm
taught
going.
you.
I'm going to show where
That's what you gonna equate it to,
You
bro.
said it is a hand. Hand is a thing. You could never replace a hand, a river, with a human. Now
You
she
just
and
said it was a thing,
human.
bro. You said
Hold on,
it was
bro.
a
See,
thing,
hold on, bro. I ain't cut you off. I ain't cut you off, bro.
but you
She
said it was a
said you
thing,
and
bro.
she said that I and you are pertaining to humans. It is not pertaining to a human. I digress.
Yes, that's all true
Hold
root
on,
words.
hold
But the
on.
thing, it
He digressing. Let me just say this because I just showed you for a fact that it pertain to a human. I showed you that it's what I was talking about was me. You said using in a sentence. I'm trying to show you how it's my hand right here, right? That you said is no longer an it. This is
My
why
is
I
pertaining to you.
hold
My.
on. Listen, it, whatever, it. If I just said it's and I kept saying I can't even
You
get it
can't even
through.
use it in a sentence, bro.
That's you won't even. That's we supposed to be talking a language. Everything is everything because you are the I. Don't you say I did this, but I can't talk about I and explain something to you without talking to you and utilize you for you to get it.
What
And you
about
are
it?
come check this out. I got a really good analogy. I got a really good analogy. I
two
have a
eyes
hand. No, check me
with
out.
your
Check me
eyes
out. Like listen,
separated by
y'all.
your
But listen,
and they
y'all.
go
Check
around
me out now.
like that shit. You can still one eye this hole.
Like listen. I have a hand. It is my hand. I have a hand. It is my hand. Did you hear what I said?
Yes, and you
Yeah,
did
we
not
heard
put
you.
it. You did not put it as the human. You put I as the human, and it is my. My hand is the noun. You
Which
But
cannot
it
put
comes.
it
kills it.
as the
And
human.
it kills it
Damn.
though. But it kills it though. When you say my hand, it is over
Mm-hmm.
with.
It's over with.
Man, so it is nothing then.
No, no.
Until
I would
it
never.
is
I would
something.
never say
It's
that it
something.
is
It's
nothing.
It's
nothing.
something until you put a title to it. And then
No,
it
you
goes
do it the
away.
other way around.
Exactly what you
It
are.
is nothing
Look,
until
hold
you
on
make it something.
again. Let me
Right.
say that
That's what
again.
I'm saying. When you put a title to it, when you make it
Listen,
something.
tell you this. You're right. Because until we put a title to ourselves and start calling ourselves a name, this what took us away from what we originally was, and that's why they got control of us. Because now we done made ourselves something that wasn't nothing. I
It's
digress.
called a pronoun.
But what was we originally though?
It's a marriage. It's a
The
marriage.
noun. We
It
was
and
the noun. The
it
person
and
that
you.
was the name.
It and you is a marriage between itself. I and it is a marriage between itself. Like I can claim that I have my hands, but they are my hands. It is my hands. You see
Yeah,
what I'm saying? You can put they, it.
just like the we entangles me, us, and they, and them,
Nah,
and
but
all
once you
that.
put mine in it, it's over.
Once you put mine in it, it's over.
Facts, it
Man,
turns into a possessional pronoun. It makes
No,
the human
that's
a possession.
proclaiming. That's proclaiming that you own it.
man.
That proclaims that you
It's
are
a
here
possession,
now.
yes.
But
I
wouldn't you
just
do
don't get it.
if wouldn't you do that if you're in existence? Proclaim that you are in existence.
But you keep saying you.
Facts.
What if
Yeah,
what if
right.
what if you
All the I know. We
what if
all know
you
we the
showed
I.
up? I'd
Got
have
a
to call
separate
you.
I know it
conversation
because
going
that's
on.
the real thing. The it is
No, it's
inanimate.
not, man.
When you
It's
say int, you
because
kind of dehumanize something like its fingers. You talking about a
Facts.
creature or something. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know why they ain't getting that flat plane. I mean, it's, every time you say it, I mean, it make complete sense. I mean, I don't understand why.
that don't
I
make
don't
no
understand
sense,
why.
man.
Yeah, it makes all the sense. How? Okay, how
It
does it
don't
not make sense to you, Huey?
from everything. If you are everything and it is everything, that makes you everything, bro. You are
It
the
is
all.
everything outside of you that is not you or hearing.
And yourself. And yourself. You are
Now,
everything.
once I put myself on it, no, it is gone. I'm myself.
No, it's
I'm not.
not.
I'm no longer it.
How can you
You're
be
still
everything
there.
if I'm not everything?
When you
You
say
are
it,
it.
when you say it,
You
you talking about something outside of human.
are
You know what I'm saying? Most of the time, like it
why
cut its
most people
fingers,
don't get it.
or you
This is why
dehumanizing
most
somebody when you say it's.
right. You know why
And
most
that's
people
what
don't get it?
Webster definition is saying. It's saying exactly what
Y'all ever heard what
Flat
the it
Plane just
factor
said.
is? Have y'all ever heard what the it factor is?
Yeah.
Nope. Expound.
The it factor.
Now you
Have
got to
y'all ever
define
heard
what
of
it
the it factor?
is.
Yes, it's not a noun. I mean,
Now
it's
you
not a
got to
human.
define
Listen,
what. Now you got to
It's
define
not
what it
related to
is.
I or you.
I haven't
listen.
heard of the it factor. Please tell me.
Either you get it, right? Or you don't. And if you don't get it, how are you gonna get it? And then what is the it? Now,
That's what I'm saying.
listen, let me go. That's what you're saying. So what is the it? This is the question what I asked earlier on my show. I said, what is the it?
It is a person.
Oh my God. All right, go ahead. Fuck it. Can I go? We already done found out. Y'all just said it's a person, place, a
My
thing.
fault. And then Rachel next after you, brother. Rachel
We,
next after
we
you.
already said that it is a person, place, a thing. We already
No,
done
that's
got
not what we said. We didn't say that. We said that
But
that's a
with
you describing a
but
noun.
I'm just going off of the what is commonly known as the it factor.
Which is what, Rachel?
It, like somebody say that um this person is of high caliber, they're of the it factor.
Now you got to define what it is.
Right.
the thing that make people attracted to it. Like LeBron, he got the it
Yeah.
or
Okay, so
somebody
now, so LeBron
superstar.
athletic skills is the it factor. So now we define
We
what
have
it
to accept
is.
it who y'all are. We have to accept who y'all are.
So if I have
Exactly.
to,
It would just be the
God
conversation
damn,
of whatever it's
brother.
about. You know,
the
like if we're talking
sentence,
about LeBron,
Oh,
then it would be about LeBron's playing skills. You know, whatever it is
yeah.
about, we're going to talk about it because it is everything outside of us and us at the same time.
So now we've
God.
But
defined
it's
it.
not the
Can I
human.
just
It's not the human. You always got to put the human there, like my, I, or you, to say it. You got to say my skills are it.
no
Because
man.
I can't just say I just can't
I
say he
No,
got
did
an
it.
it factor because now you're gonna
say
ask me
that I
what
am
it is.
Right. You're gonna have to define what it is. That's what's gonna make the
I am
factor.
it. Can I just speak? Can I speak for a minute, please? Because I'm trying to
You
define what
can't
it
be
is.
it, bro. You
Oh
can't
my
say it
God.
in a sentence that you are it.
Oh God.
Say it in a sentence.
Oh, man. I can't
How can
say
you
a
say something
sentence.
that you're it and you can't even say it in a
Say a
sentence?
sentence. Oh my, I can't even say a sentence.
Bro, root
Oh,
words. He did say it in a sentence like 2 times already.
Yeah,
It's
my
just how
fault.
he
We are
used
cutting
it.
you off.
Yeah, he
I
did.
apologize
He
to you.
did say
I
it, but it
apologize. I'm not
contradicted
gonna cut
itself.
you off no more. I
oh
apologize
my
to you.
God. Oh my God.
Let
The
Huey have the flow.
bedrooms have 2 beds in it.
Go ahead, man. Fuck it, bro. I can't
Yeah,
even
go
say.
go ahead, Huey, and then when you finish, just say I'm finished, and then we'll talk. How about that?
That sounds good. The thing is that like, all right, between everybody on the panel, do you have a soul? Yes or no? Just say it. Yes or no.
Absolute.
All
Yep.
right, she has a soul. What about everybody else? So nobody else has a soul. Only Victoria has a soul. Nobody else has a soul. I have a
Yeah,
soul.
yeah. When I
Ratio.
get done,
I'm
when I
waiting
get
on
done, let
Huey to.
you
I'm waiting on Huey to talk. I want Huey to have the flow, and then when he get finished, he'll say, "Okay, I'm done," and then we'll talk. Go ahead, Huey.
Well, that's all good. The thing is that like I have a soul. Miss Victoria has a soul. Do
I
you
know,
guys
but
have a soul?
we ain't talking about souls. We talking about
I
it. And
know.
Huey trying to get his off about what it is, and we
That's
keep cutting him
what I'm
off.
getting to. That's what I'm getting to.
I
So
know,
But
if we're
but
but Huey got the flow.
that's what you get into. We don't want to
is
hear
it,
what you get into. We want to hear what Huey gonna get to.
all right,
you
let's
Huey,
hear
go
Huey.
ahead. And
Let's
then
talk.
when
I know I have. I'd like to hear it.
let's hear Huey.
Huey P, unmute your mic, bro. Go ahead. We're gonna give you the flow. And then
I
when you
don't
get
even
finished, when we
just
get
say
finished,
it.
just say you
I'm
finished and
trying to
then
go.
we'll go in.
I hate going through it and then have to like go retract myself because I be trying to go through it so I can just show y'all, just take y'all through it as we going through it. Like man. I don't know no other way to make y'all understand what it is and the it factor, right? It's more than just being some outside of yourself and you saying that it can't be you because the it thing that you talk about LeBron is him. It's it. He is it. It ain't no what
Yes.
he can do. His talent is it. He is it. I am the it. I am the it factor. Once I realize that I am it, it's all about I want to do. It's all about what I want to do with it. Because once you know what you're doing with your it can get you through any of it. That's the shit that you're going through. Any of that, any of the good or the bad, whatever that is that you're going through your now, that you're needing, anything that you're looking forward to obtain is something that you would call it. Because if you had a goal, right? If you got a goal in life, you got your eyes set on it. And the it is the goal, the prize. But when you gave it a name and said, shit, I want that car, that don't change that it that you was trying to get. You just put a title to that it. It's still an it. Now, that it gonna turn into something that you're gonna have to do to get it. You're gonna have to go through some of it to get it. Only way that you're gonna be able to obtain and understand, overstand anything of it is when you get it. And it is all. It is a pencil. It is a ball. It is a car. It is a book, right? You be like, well, when you said book, it took it away. It is the air. It is the sun. Well, when you say, well, what we talking about, Huey? We talking about the it. It is something that you have to pertain to everything. It is a bike. It is a mic. It is the words that was written in a book. It was the mind that came out the person who wrote it in a book. Look, they wrote it in the book. What did they write in their book? What came out of their mind? The things that they was talking about. The storyline. It became something when you gave it a title. That's why when the creator gives it something, he lets you put a name to it. This is how we gave everything a title. That's what came from the title of a man. Man was it. The one who created it. It is everything.
I'm gonna say it.
Period.
Let me say it in a sentence how you just said it.
Hold on. Let's make sure
Look,
let's make sure you finish, Root. Are you done, Huey?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
All right, go ahead,
In
Root.
that case, I agree with what.
LeBron James is great. LeBron James is it. He is it. Michael Jordan is the greatest player ever. Michael Jordan has the it factor. He has the it factor. He, she is the same word as it, except for he, she is the human of it, and it represents the, like you said, the sun or the water. So back to the argument at hand, all I was saying is you can never put it with a human form. I digress.
But wouldn't Michael Jordan be a was? He was it.
What the fuck? Okay, yes.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Well,
Dude, coming up in the night.
he still
Yeah, you made
is
him like
because
a
he's still the
bad.
greatest.
The motherfucker had two movies made
He's
out.
not a
it
was.
is a
He still
it
is.
is an open-ended question because
Yeah,
anytime you say it has to be defined. It has to.
it is define what it is because you are
Okay.
it. You get
Well, when you say it is, you keep defining when you saying you it. The book he wrote
Right.
in the book it in the book it he wrote words in it.
you define
You kept
whatever the it
defining
is,
every
my
time you
G.
said it, you defined it here. You have to
Yes.
define it.
Yes.
I
Every
know
time he
because
said it, he defined it.
for us to be able to express ourselves, if we don't say nothing, and we just be quiet right here, we can be quiet and no one to have a standing and nothing. You hear me? This is because we are
And you
utilizing
can't but you can't say
these
it is
titles.
everything, but then say it is a part of all. So either all is everything or it is everything. And it is a
It's
part of all.
all. It
They
is
share
all.
because they're the same thing. All is it because it is all.
It is all.
Well,
No,
well,
in that
It
case,
is all.
you'll never ask nobody, hey man, what is it?
now
You
I
know
got to
what
tell
it
you
is.
what it is.
Now you gotta tell
Everything
if
you
I
know
say,
what
hey
it is
flat
because
plane, if I say, hey flat plane, what's good, man? What is it? Now you gotta tell
Oh
me
man.
shit. Let's go through
everything
it.
is
Let's go
good.
through it here. Let's go through
Everything
it, flat.
is good.
Hey, flat plane, what's good, man? What is it?
Everything is good.
Oh
That's
man, it's all
my
good.
See,
somebody
You know,
you
I'm
just
just sitting there
explained.
chilling.
You just
Hey, I honor
explained
this
it.
bill though. We
You
wasn't
said it is
arguing.
all
Everybody got to
good,
talk. I
and it,
honor that
you
though.
know that.
And the ladies got to talk.
yo,
Let Bill
look,
talk.
if somebody say what's up to you,
Conversation.
right? If somebody say what's up to you, you say everything is up.
Uh,
Exactly.
okay. Okay. Well, it's just like when you say the it factor. You can't leave that open. Now I'm gonna somebody you leaving it for somebody to tell you, well, what is it? What is the
Yeah,
it factor? What he got?
asking me what it is already. You already asking me, hey bro, what's up for the or whatever. I'm like, shit, whatever it is, whatever you saying it is, what it is. You tell me, let's go. I'm with it. Let's
Okay
go.
then. Okay. Well, we going to the store. Now I
I'm with
defined
it.
it.
Let's go.
Yep, you just define it.
You just define it, whatever it is. That's what I'm saying because you are the it. You controlling it. And once you understand that, it's all about what you want to do with your it.
It's like a living equation that we can all solve by defining it.
Yes, what is it? Now, what is it? Again, I asked the question earlier. If y'all didn't see my live stream, my question was, what is it? And can you experience life without experiencing it? No, or what is life without experiencing it? And it's became life right there. But after life, what is it? If you was given life and you experiencing life and you was given life, why are you paying for anything in life? Because everything in life was given to you. You was given life, and that's how you experiencing it. Once you realize that it is everything that's fate around you or a person thing like this, you like, okay, well, I can't
You
have any
still
person that
defining
I
it
want.
though.
I know that they gotta listen. I know that they gotta control their it, but everything out here is meant for us as an it to be able to experience it.
You still defining it.
But that's okay
Whatever
because
that it is. Listen,
if
I'm
Q is
defining it for the sake of the conversation, bro. But it is everything. What I can't define it as. If it is everything, you gonna keep saying I'm defining it. Because everything that I'm saying is gonna pertain to it. Because it is everything.
exactly.
It's what we talking about. It's the source
Pertain to
of
you.
everything.
How can it be everything when it cannot pertain to you?
Because you are it. Just like you root words, you're it.
Say it in a sit. How can I? What am I? Well,
I don't
okay,
know,
then
but
I'm
But
it.
then
Hold on.
you
Okay,
just gave
I
it
want if
you just
I'm
gave
it.
it a master. We say it is everything. You gave it a master.
and you are
Listen,
everything. Like, don't even take it in a demeaning way, bro. Like the thing
Hey,
is that like you are it.
it.
no, we can't just
It.
sit here and just I can't agree with y'all when y'all ain't standing on nothing. If you saying I'm it, what am I? What is the it?
That's up for you to define. But I'm saying, bro, you are it
You
because
can't define it. You just said that I'm you. You is the second. Hold on now. It goes I, you, and he, she, it.
It's everything,
hold
bro.
on, Huey. Hold on, Huey. I didn't cut you off, brother. I'm just saying. I just need real quick. I, you. I is the first person. You is the second person. He, she, it is the third person. All three of them words go together. So how can you and it be the same thing? You just said you are it.
Are you a thing?
I am you.
But see,
I'm
look,
not
every time they say it, they say you, me, I. You have to say that to go with it because it has to be defined. Every time y'all say the words it, you put a you in front of you are everything. You are it. You have to say you. You have to.
Let me ask you this, Flat Plane. Let me ask you this. What are you breathing right?
You say what now?
What are you breathing?
I'm breathing me.
I'm breathing
air, right?
It.
You are breathing it. Because I was gonna ask you what was it?
Air.
If you would have said, I was gonna say, what is it? What is it? What
I'm breathing me.
Hold on, let me just say this, and then you're gonna have to explain what it is, and then I'm gonna
I didn't say it.
okay, what is it? That is it. It is everything.
I didn't say it. I said I'm breathing me.
Okay, and then what is it? What is that? What is you?
I'm me.
What are you?
I'm defined. I'm me.
As what? What are you? You just me.
I can no longer use it when I'm pertaining to me because I'm me.
Okay, so
It's
you are
gonna
me,
get
right?
the same answer every time.
Okay,
I'm
great.
me.
Cool. I'm with that.
Deep because when you say me, you
so
saying
you
that
are
you
me,
are
right?
in possession of yourself, though. That's deep, though.
There's no longer use. There's no longer to say it no more.
Word, for real.
Okay.
I don't have to say
you
it
give
no
him.
more.
Hold on, let me just say this. Let me say this real quick. Now, ain't no more it. You in control of you. You said that you ain't even. You ain't say you. You said me because you are me. So you are me, right?
Me.
Right. You are me, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And me, I'm me.
So I can't say it no more. I
Listen,
define
I
you
am me,
and
right?
me. Yeah.
I am me, right?
Yeah.
And you are me, right?
Yeah.
Don't that me make us a we? Our we is the me that our W would be upside down and we'd be the E upside down in the mirror, right? That's what made our me just became we and us. Are we in the green?
So what they got to do with it? What they got to do with it?
He cannot put it in the sentence. You cannot put it in the sentence, bro.
You can't put it. You can't put it no more there. It is over with.
It's it. The air that you're breathing.
Hold on. Ain't no it no more. Fuck it. You are I and I am you. Hold on. It. Because in that term, put a title to it. This is how
I
I
want
work.
to say something.
This is how I work in our reality. This is how I work in our reality. Now,
Hey, Huey, Rachel
wanna say
wants
something.
to say something after you done. I mean, Victoria.
Go ahead. Because I was trying to say something with Flat Plane with what he was saying about the you and the I and how we was still on the me though. He on the me. Ain't no more it. We threw away it. Y'all bring it back in the picture. All right. Y'all bring it back in the picture. We got to get from it. It was all about you and me, right, bro?
Nah, we was talking about it, Huey.
Well, we get out the door when we said ain't no more it. Is all about right.
Once I say me and you, I no longer have to use it.
It is no more, right? So me and you is the same thing, but me, I am me.
No,
and
no,
you
no,
can
no.
still
But
say
you said everything is
you
it.
are I,
So
right?
you can't just dismiss it that quickly.
I can hear you.
Flat plane. You're saying
Yeah.
Like when you say that I am me, right? When you say
Yeah.
that out of your mouth, I am me. So
Uh-huh.
I say to you, I say you are me in question
Uh-huh.
mark, and you're like, I am you,
Okay. And
which means that we're both the same thing. And a
you
thing,
can you know what everything you saying, you can no longer fit it in those sentences no more.
My
Because
point
you've
exactly.
defined it. You defined it. When you say me,
Yeah,
you, I,
you defined
Huey,
what it was.
knowledge, when I put that title on it, when I put the definition on it, I can no longer say it because I can't say it. It's on the radio right now.
Yeah,
I gotta say knowledge on the radio right now.
yeah.
Hey,
So I
there
can't
are
say
laws in these
well,
languages. There are laws.
Okay, all
well,
right, all
yeah,
right,
when there's
all
a
right,
label
all
for
right,
it.
okay, all right, hold on. That's what I want to talk about. Let's talk about the
Matter
definition
of
of the
context.
law itself. Okay, so it is defined by written law as an idiom or idiom or however you pronounce it, right? Okay, if it's classified as an idiom, which itself has its own definition, but the root in that when it comes to the terminology is the ido, the IDO, the I do. So with that, I do itself by definition means an artificial universal language. Now it has a master because it can be anything by that own definition of the Edo.
Just like it said in the definitions, something inanimate. So now when
A
you put a
universe,
title, when you
right?
title on it, you give it
It did
life.
not say something inanimate. It did not say that.
But when you put it
It
as
said
it
a
cannot be a verb.
artificial
It cannot be a
universal
verb.
language.
It
But when you put a
cannot be a
title on it,
verb.
when you put a
When you
title
say
on it,
that it is everything, you have to take every verb out of it. You cannot put it and then replace it with a verb.
But that's by the definition of the laws you were just mentioning with the
Yes, I'm
language.
just asking you to
Why are we
I'm
following?
just
replace it
so
with a
if
verb.
it
So
is
it cannot
classified
be
as an
everything.
idiom,
It could not be an action. That's
but
what I'm
how
saying.
can it not be action?
Use it in a sentence, beautiful.
Hey y'all, I got to get off, but before I go, shout out, much love to everybody on the panel. A bunch of critical thinkers on here. We're just trying to figure fucking shit out, And the more that we get on the panel and experience each other, it's all freaking great. And before I go, I'm just gonna comment on freaking Huey's statement, which is the I is the you. Okay, so before I go, flat plane, you said I am me, right? You
mm-hmm,
said I am me, as in you yourself said that, right?
mm-hmm.
So then I'm standing in front of you and
Yeah.
I say, so you are me. I didn't
Mm-hmm.
I said you. And
Yeah.
you are me is what I said back to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what does that mean? And then I'm gonna just let it go at that because I've got to get off.
Appreciate it, Adam. That's dope. I love the way you left that right there.
Okay, you said
Because
what does that mean when you he was asking me here.
you made a statement.
But I
Answer the
gotta go.
question
Much
though.
love,
You made a
y'all.
statement that you
No, he said he put a question
made
mark.
that's a
He put the
statement.
question. He put a question mark behind it. But I'm just saying, what does that have to do with it? That was the whole conversation.
Right.
When I said when you asked me what am I breathing, I said I'm breathing me. You wanted me to say I'm breathing it, but I'm not breathing it because it is defined. I'm breathing oxygen.
Yeah, I want you to say either if you would have said oxygen, air, whatever you would have said, I was gonna say, what is it?
It's defined as oxygen, as
Okay, and what is
has
it?
been
What
defined
is
through
that?
history.
Expound. What is it?
Oxygen is oxygen and hydrogen, a combination,
And what
which
is
is
it?
in
What is
me,
that?
which I say
And
I'm
what is that?
breathing
What is
me,
that? It's back to you
me,
again. What is that? That then.
me,
And
me.
yeah, back to me. Now you said me. Now that's back to me again. So I know what I
Okay,
am. What you are.
okay.
What are
I'm
you? Because
me.
you said that you are me. You didn't say
I'm
that you
me.
are everything. You
I'm
only
me.
me though.
I
Me.
don't.
I
What you
am
want
me.
me to? What you want me to say? I'm it, Huey.
What
I'm
it
it.
at?
I'm me.
That what
I'm
you
me
want me to
though.
say? I'm it.
But see,
But if I say
the
I'm it,
debate
I still have
was
to come back to say
is
I'm
it
me.
everything, and the
I
debate
am
was
me.
it a human, and you got destroyed on that, brother. That's all.
No, it ain't. I ain't destroyed on nothing. I
Okay,
got
I wrote
destroyed.
the
You just
debate
don't have.
down. The debate is it's
I'm not
everything.
destroyed.
And I just
Hold on, let me.
know that okay.
I'm destroyed in it because y'all don't agree with it, bro. Because y'all don't agree with it, don't mean that it's destroyed. It's destroyed
And
in
then
your
you
mind,
changed it up and
not in
said,
mine. Because I have.
I mean, I wrote it down.
But if you say it is everything,
I
you
don't
just
have a
define
standard.
it. It is everything.
It's everything.
You just define it. Everything.
I've been saying that the whole time. And if everything includes you and me,
But that destroys it though.
It's funny how the
no,
smallest words are the
no,
most complex, man.
Yeah, it does.
here,
Because
bro.
once you say everything, I no longer have to use it. When you say everything, I no longer have to use it.
That's just like the creator. That's like if you have air, you say air, you ain't got to use air no more because you got air. So if you
That's
say
like
everything that you got right now, because if that's the case, if you say car, you ain't gotta never say car again because you got a car, you use a car, and you said a car. You ain't gotta say it again.
What they got to
you
do
don't
with the
you don't.
it?
Because a car is an it. A car was a thing that became, it was an it. They thought about it and then it became a car.
So
They
car is
thought,
not everything, bro.
Car's not everything.
There's
listen,
boats and semis.
Like we said earlier,
Hold on now, hold on. There's
like we
boats,
said earlier, the
there's
opposite of
semis,
it
there's
is whatever
bicycles,
the
there's
name is.
motorcycles, there's
The opposite
it
of
don't,
it
hey,
is
listen,
what it
the car,
is.
the car became somebody's mind. Did somebody think about how to
oh
make a car? Did a car
You dealing
think
with some
about, did somebody think about how to make a car? And then they made it and they made the car and said, this is a car, right? Right? Somebody thought about a telephone and said, this is what we're gonna call a telephone, and we're gonna utilize this to talk through it, a computer. Somebody said, look, man, they made a pencil and shaved the motherfucking lead off of it and said that's what it was. They made paper, they made fucking rocks, they made fucking all this. At the end of the day, some fucking body thought about it, brought it in distance, and everything that we are seeing, somebody fucking made.
But here,
This is what
in the language that we understand today, that we speak
just
on a
let me
daily
just
basis,
be done.
is it
Just
a pronoun or noun?
it. They made it. They
I'm saying, is
made
it a
it.
pronoun or noun? Is it a pronoun or a noun?
Women lie. Listen, if I had a baby, who
Either
made it?
or.
If my
Is
girl,
it a
me and my
pronoun or a noun, Huey? Just answer
Either
that
or.
question.
if me and my baby, if me and my wife have a baby, who made it?
Huey, is it a pronoun or a noun? Just answer that
Either
It's
question.
or.
everything, bro.
So it's a noun.
It is everything. It's an action. It's a noun. What did you do? You did it. You ran. That was something that you did. It was the it that you did. Now,
Okay, when you
when
say
you
when
you
you
don't
say you
say that
did it,
it had
I'm
a
gonna ask you
baby.
what you do.
You don't
You're
no,
gonna have to
hold
you
on.
did
define
it,
it.
You don't say it had a
it that
baby.
you did.
You replace that
Listen,
word
It's a
with
matter
they,
of
brother. You say
context.
they had a baby.
it's
You
everything.
don't put
What
it
I said,
in
it is
everything because you
everything.
just said two people had a baby.
It is.
You can't
It
put
could.
it. Hold on, Huey. I ain't cut you off. Hold on, Huey.
Listen,
Look,
bro.
if you said you and your if a man and a girl had a baby, you can't say it had a baby. You have to say they had it. You feel what I'm saying? You can't just so it is not
Okay,
everything.
and you said they had a it. How do you have a it? And what was the it that they had? Was a
They
baby.
had
Now
her
that it
or
that
him.
they had just became a
They had
human, was a body.
they
So
had
that
her.
let you know that you was the it. Hold on, let me just say something. You said when your mama and daddy had
You
you,
just asked
they
me a
made
question,
it.
Huey. One
And
second,
it
brother.
was you.
I just want to answer
Once they
that
gave
question.
you a
1
name,
second.
it was a it. You
You don't
became it
look
with
when
them.
you look up he, she, and it.
Oh
All
my
of them are
God.
third person words. That's the hardest part of speech. They like way say to learn because it throws you off. All of them are the same words, except for one is masculine, one is feminine, and one is neutral, or one takes it to an apple or a tangible. You have to really realize that, and it's only singular. Then it has a plural word to it. But that's all, man.
Hey, listen, when your mom and dad had sex, right? They had sex. That was an action that they did. It was it that they did. That was something that they did. It.
They
What they
did it.
did was,
They did
okay,
it.
Had
all right, they
sex.
did. Hold on, they did it, right? They did
had
it.
sex.
Now, all right, they had sex, which was the it that they did. Now, I'm just trying to tell you that it is an action. It's something that you can do as well. Ain't running, walking, an action, right? That's something that you do. it is the same thing, but becomes something that you title it when you say that of what it is that you did. Don't
It
take
could
away
never
from
be an
what you
No,
action,
say.
in
bro.
that sentence they did it.
It
Did
could
is the
never
action.
be an action.
Did is the
It
action,
is
not
an
it.
action word. It is a
It don't
pronoun.
take that what it was though.
You
It
cannot
don't
say
take away
it in a
from what
sentence
it
and
was.
make it an action, brother.
Listen,
Did is the
if you
action,
had
not
a
the
baby,
it.
if I said goddamn root word and his baby just his girl just had a baby, they said, damn, well, he just had it. Did he have it? I said, yeah, he
Had
Had
had it.
is the
had
had. Had is the past tense
No,
verb.
if we said that root
had is
word
the
and
Right.
his
action.
baby, listen, if we
Had is
said
the
that
action.
you and your wife was finna have a baby, and then we said we ain't heard from root word in like 2 days. Did he have the baby? Did he have it? What it
Have
was
is
the
the
baby.
action. It needs to be defined as the noun.
The baby.
Okay, now
Did
it
he
is the
have
noun
the baby?
now. But have the action that they
No,
did to have it,
it was not the action. The
It's
have was
all
the
a
action.
pronoun.
they went
Lawfully,
through it.
whoever made languages made sure that it could not be a verb, that it's
Listen,
law.
they went
You
through
cannot
it.
even,
They
you
went through
cannot
it to get it.
actually put, hold on, brother, you cannot even put it,
Yeah.
you can't mentally put it in a sentence, bro. You mentally
Why
can't
didn't
do it
they
to make it be a verb.
get to it?
That's
When
what
you
I'm trying
just
to tell you.
said
Go.
when
The
you
law,
said it went through it, went is the action,
Why didn't they
not
go through it?
it.
They didn't go through it to get it. If
Through
you
is
go
the
into the
action.
store, right? If
Right.
you go
It's
with
killing
is
it,
itself.
action.
The
With
whole
is
thing
past
killing
tense
itself.
go. You
my
go, you
God,
on, you went. You know,
Because Q,
that's crazy.
when you say go through, have it, have and through is the action. The it needs to be defined as the noun
But you went through it.
automatically.
The it was already what you went through to get it. That what you was trying to obtain,
But
brother.
you're saying adverbs and verbs. When you say through, have, had, those are the action words in that phrase, not the it.
Exactly. So that's what made it an action. That's what made it an action. And it no
No,
longer was the action.
it had to
Oh
be
my
defined.
Hold
God.
Here, come on now, brother.
He
on.
gotta
You serious,
understand it, man. He gotta understand it.
man? Are y'all serious that y'all don't get it, bro?
We
Y'all don't
asking,
get
are you serious that you don't get it? Because
y'all don't get it,
every
bro.
sentence that you saying, you killing the sentence in the sentence.
Oh my God. This is the reason why we were sentenced. I'm trying to kill all of the sentences.
But
It's
you
the point
not.
of it.
What you doing is as
You
soon
just
as you
said I'm
say the
killing the
sentence,
sentence.
right? What I mean is you killing you destroying your point by simply
No,
saying
I'm
the sentence.
not.
You know how you
Heard this
doing it because
before.
you getting the you try to use it as a verb. And
It
the
is
verb is
everything.
what no, the verb is what's killing the it.
Oh
You
my
you tried
God.
to
You
say
you
that the
said
it is you
the
trying to put
pronoun
it
was
as a verb, and it is
pronoun.
not a verb. It is a
Didn't you say
pronoun.
killing the it? Because when I put the I or the me, that kills the it. Everything kills the it when you put something in the place of what it is, what it was.
Okay. All right. So
So
now you
okay,
got it.
put you in the place of what the original was, right? I got the original it right here, right? The source of all of everything, which is the it. All right.
And you
And if I
just
put
did you
hold
just
on, and if I put
your
you,
sentence just fell apart
listen,
right
if I
there.
put you in the
When you
place
said
of
when you said got, that's
Yes.
the action.
Your sentence just fell apart right there. The whole sentence just fell apart.
When you
wow,
say I got it, now you saying I got is the action. Now it
oh
has to be defined.
wow,
What is it?
you're fucking
Right.
crazy. Y'all are ill,
it,
bro. Don't y'all realize that that is the spellage that y'all under, and that's what I'm trying to get y'all to realize. And you think that
So you saying all of us on the spell and you not?
exactly?
Oh my all right. Well there
where
you
did you
go.
learn this at? What language is that?
There you go.
Listen. He gonna talk
What
about what language,
language
right?
is that?
Let me tell you this. Let me answer. What he gonna say is what language? Because we speak Latin, Greek, and everything that was taught to us to speak, right? And I be trying to tell y'all how to break down these words and break down the spell and every letter and every fucking thing is a fucking word in itself. Most of y'all don't realize that you didn't have to have a S and an E or a SI or nothing else besides the C in the English language to be a C. Anything outside of that was a spell and a throw off the original source. So now that original C don't got no standard power over your SEE or your SEA because you can't equate the C as a C because you that will pertain to everything.
I mean, and even in your natural being, when you say it, I mean, we can only work with the language that we know and what
My
you know
point.
what you know what I'm saying. So when you say it, even in your every essence, it you can't put a verb with it. It has to be defined. It, because you're gonna
Wow.
say what is it?
Yes.
Everything
Well,
got to
it's
be
just
defined.
like everything. If you say everything, okay, you defined it. It is everything.
Hey, Flash, everything didn't matter that you can see with your physical eye or you can't see of anything that you know of has a title on it. Or you can't know of it.
You
That's
can't
what
put
we're
a
trying to tell
picture
you,
to
here.
it, brother. Look,
You
I
you
know
can't
correct,
it.
put
here.
a
That we're
picture
trying to
to
tell
a
you.
pronoun, and you can't put
Listen,
a
you
picture to
can't
a conjunction word, and you can't put a picture. I'm trying to tell you, you can't put a picture to it, bro. I'm trying to say you can't put a hieroglyphic picture to a pronoun. You can't put a hieroglyphic picture to a conjunction word, and you can't put a hieroglyphic picture to a modal verb like I can, I ought to. You know what I'm saying? These words that they just we gotta watch them, and that's in all languages, bro. If you can't put a picture to it, it can't come into imagination. It can't even come into existence.
like God.
You could put a picture to God because in all other languages,
Because you
God
made
is
it up.
deity.
Because you
God is
made
the
it up. Because you made that up. You can put a picture to it because you listen. If you could put a picture to it, that means you decided on what you are putting that
no,
title and
it's
name
a
to.
noun.
I could
God
put
is a noun, a person, place, or thing.
It's
That's
a
in all
noun.
languages, bro.
oh
Even
my God.
hieroglyphics.
You can't
It's
put
a
no picture
noun.
to something. How
A
you gonna
noun
put a
is a
picture?
noun, bro. It's
Listen,
tangible. It's touchable.
It's
how you gonna
tangible.
put a picture there?
No matter what language you put it in, it's a pronoun. It has to
How
be
can you put a
defined.
picture to, how can you put a picture to air?
Air
How do you
is a
put a picture of air? Are you serious?
The
That's
definition of
like
it
air and
itself.
blow smoke out the cloud. I mean, are you serious?
That don't say air. That say smoke out the cloud. A
No,
cloud. That say
air, bro.
something else.
I
How
draw
can
air.
you show air if you can't see air physically? Just like a
Because we
dog.
can define it. We can define it. We can define air.
Let me just say this, bro.
Hold on, you
I
can
can
ask
say
me a question. I'm gonna give it to you. I seen air before.
where.
but once you say the word air, you can no longer say it because you defined it. Air.
Right.
Listen, when I
Right.
say air, if I say air, right, and I define what it is, that was the air that we was talking about. We was talking about, right? Now, how can I put a picture to air, and how does air exist if you can't see air?
You can
You
see
just
You
made
air.
can't. You can see air and you can define air.
how you gonna see it? You gonna see it like a car? I can say the car was air.
You ever been in the cold when it's
Listen,
28
what
degrees
if
outside? Don't you see the air coming out your
what if
lungs?
You see it like a motherfucker.
and I showed you a picture of a car, and I said this is an air, and put a
Don't you
piece
see
of
the air coming out your lung in the wintertime, Huey?
no, bro. Listen, if I showed you a car and said this is air, right, and you never known what a car was, and I told you this was air, that would be air to you.
That's a noun.
It's still a noun.
I don't give a. Oh my God, man! It's a
No, you
fucking
trying to
title.
you just keep
Fuck the
throwing
noun.
out.
It's a title. Oh my
I don't
God,
care what
man.
you put it to. It's going to be a noun, and it ain't going to be a
Okay,
verb.
well, it's a title. A title is still a noun.
If I
Okay.
told the man,
You,
look, if I told you that you wasn't,
I ain't trying to
if
cut
I
you off.
told you,
Whatever
man,
you know of this, it is
listen,
not.
if I told you you wasn't
It
a
is
man,
not
and
everything,
you was,
and it is not a human, bro. That's all.
if,
That's
if we
facts.
told you it was right, if you never knew what life was, would you even know what it was?
Yes, because it would be life.
No, you wouldn't know what life was. Man, y'all so
So,
fucking dumb.
so, so you saying in the beginning we just walk around saying it.
It
What are
is
you saying?
everything. Y'all just don't know it. Until y'all realize what it is, right? This is gonna seem like the weirdest thing that I ever told y'all in y'all life because y'all don't know what 0 point is, what it is. Y'all can't
How
even
are you
figure it out.
telling us that, Huey, when we
Y'all not,
do know, bro?
Even when you say it is a 0 point, you saying it is zero.
Yes,
it is
and
nothing.
point.
Yes, it's
It
a
is
0 point.
nothing and everything.
Right.
Don't you know that 0 point
You
is
still
nothing, right?
defining it. It's nothing and everything. You still defining it.
And you can't put a verb to it like you said it was.
You just said
He can't put a verb to it because as soon as he put the verb to it, it's
Why
dead.
can't it be an action?
Use it in a sentence. Just
Because it
Yeah,
because
go
it
ahead and
has to
use
be
it in a
defined.
sentence.
It
Go ahead and
has
use
to
it in
be
a sentence.
defined. It
Right.
has to be defined so it cannot be a verb.
It can't be a verb.
it's called a pronoun.
It's
But
called a pronoun.
you're the person that takes the information and puts it into action.
You is a
You just
noun.
put it into action.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So why can't it itself be the information?
So put it is not the verb in there. Put is.
Right.
It has to
how
be
do you
defined.
put it
Because
in
now when you
action
say
and
And
no, because when you say when you no no,
no,
you know
in
what? You
in
know
the
what, Vicky?
traditional
Vicky.
summation, I
Now
understand what you're
when you say
saying.
put it into action, I'm gonna ask you, what is it?
Right, and I understand this. But when it came to my definition of the input output, you or the action and the determining factor in that.
But when you put it in a sentence, I'm gonna have to ask you, what the hell are you talking about? What is it?
I understand that. But before you can get to it and before you can get to the definition of it, before you define or classify it, you still have to decide how the information is used. It has now been put into action from you,
What has been put into action?
whatever you decided.
Okay, now I'm gonna define it. I'm gonna put my foot into action.
Now we know what
Into
it is.
into
Now we
what?
know what it is. My
So
foot is
it
in
is my
action.
ass
So we no
or it
longer
is the
has a
foot.
use for it. My foot is in action. I have no longer the it no more. We know what it is. My foot is in action.
All of
What
that's
is
relevant, but before you get to that, once you it's period. If you have three doors in front of you and you are given information and you say, I'm going to take this information and it's going to go through one of these three doors, you are the deciding factor in action as to how it is classified, used, and utilized
But I see, I understand what you and Huey,
externally.
I understand what you and Huey is saying, which I understand the opposite side of it, which everything has the opposite. Whenever you say it, okay, it is all. We put it has to be defined. But see, it cannot stand alone because you can't leave it there because it goes always be the question what it is.
Right.
So now the opposite of it is what it is.
It's
It is
I
a
or
put
you.
now.
It is
So that's
internal
what I'm
or
saying.
external. It is
So
I or
so
you.
because it is a pronoun, it cannot stand alone. It cannot be everything.
Right.
Why is the
And it cannot be
definition?
I or
Why
you
is the
because
definition though of
I or
it?
you are humans.
But
And
why is the
it is not a
definition of
human. It
that
can never be a
an
human.
artificial universal language? The words itself,
Okay, what's the definition
artificial
of artificial?
universal language.
What's the definition of
That's what I'm
artificial?
saying. What's the definition
Not
of
real.
artificial?
Not real.
But that means
Just
it
like they
could
say
be
in the English term,
anything.
they
That's
just
what
say
that
inanimate.
suggests.
Yeah, anything that ain't real, and that's what we've been saying the whole time. It is not. It is something that doesn't have life. It's a
Until you give it
pronoun,
life. Right.
That's what
right?
I'm
And then
saying.
when you give it life, it's not it no more because
It,
now it is life.
So what is the conversation?
Well, the conversation was
Hold on.
Huey said
So you
that
mean
it
to
was
tell me that
everything, and
your
we saying that it
your
ain't. It
how
ain't
you give it
everything
life?
because once you
And then
say
she said
when you
that
say
it
it
was
is
a human, and I was trying to say it could never be you or I because I
Oh,
is a
so
first
you
person
said
ex-
human, and you are the
exactly
second person human,
when you have
and it
yes,
can never be a human.
it could
when you
never
have
be
a
a human.
baby and you give it life, it's no longer what it is.
It's no longer or it. Try calling somebody baby or it and watch what they do to you.
Oh man.
They gonna cuss your ass out.
Hey, listen, we call them kids and babies. Them are considered as goats and shit
A
like that.
kid is considered a goat.
But
It
if
But
is.
that's
it
just
is you, then
somebody
it was.
that
If it is you, then it was already a human.
it is not you. Because as soon as
Okay,
you
now,
say
now,
you, it's
look.
dead.
I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna say this simple sentence, and I want everybody to be real with themselves. When I say its babies were sick, what automatically do you go to? Do you go to a human, or you thinking I'm talking about something other than human?
But
We
that's
go
what they
straight
try
to
to
babies.
give them
We go
for.
straight to
This is why
humans.
you got child support. This is why you got child support and shit like that, because they try to
No.
leave it.
If I say the sentence its babies were sick, you gonna think I'm talking about a dog, a cat, a cow, or something of that nature.
So Flat Pain, I think you would be derogatory. See, that's how you would say it derogatory. When you say it would be replaced with her children or his children.
I
Uh-huh.
agree with that. I'm not discounting
But
that at all. I agree with
if
that.
I'm talking about a woman and I call that woman its baby sick, I'm degrading the shit out that woman.
Hey, listen.
That's why I told you if he calls somebody baby or it, watch what they do to him. They gonna
What you
go off on his
mean?
ass.
I'm
They
gonna
gonna
say,
say,
what
"What you
is
mean?
it?
You don't call my baby no it?"
Man, you crazy, bro. I get my homies that had babies, and bro. I was like, bro, you gonna have a baby, bro? What is it?
They gonna
Yeah,
say a
you asking
boy
a
or
question,
girl. Then you
I
ask them the
feel
question.
you.
They
I
gonna
just
say a
need.
boy or girl.
But
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 you
you're
ain't
not
gonna
gonna
go
go
up
around
to
and say,
them.
"Hey, what's up, little it, little
No,
it."
Yeah.
I still refer to it as the it.
No, you didn't refer to it. You asked the question. You
I still
said,
go it.
So
What?
if
yeah.
you define it in a female or male,
What you mean?
That's
that
a
itself is
pronoun.
not.
Now I made it
Then
a
it
noun
is
by saying
gone.
male or female.
But
Right.
that itself is a representation of a human, so it has been a human. It
It.
is a
No,
human.
no,
It.
no.
It.
It would become a
What's a
human
human?
then. It would be defined as a human. So it is gone.
Oh my
Right,
god.
but that's the point I'm saying. It can take shape of
It.
whatever. That's what I'm saying as to why it's everything and nothing.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah, I can
That's
agree with that. It would
whole
be
time.
everything and
Good
nothing.
point.
But as soon as you define it, it becomes nothing.
But when you say it's everything and nothing, you already defined it because you said everything, nothing.
Yes. My point. Yes.
And them words are like adjectives when you like them like comparatives. I want some. I want a little bit. I want a lot. I want everything. I want none. You know them. Just them
But
is hard to be at.
that's just
It's
what
hard
the
to separate the
definition
nouns and
itself
pronouns.
says is everything and nothing. It can be everything or nothing,
Nothing.
absence of.
Okay. So
So it
I
can
agree
be
with that.
considered all. That's what he's saying. That's
That's
why it's
No,
all I
considered
said.
all.
it can't be considered all because it's a part of all.
If it's everything and nothing, it is all.
Now all is everything and nothing. Not everything is
Oh
all.
my
Everything
god.
is
Okay, put it to y'all like this. Y'all got a here's what's happening. Okay. Okay, y'all ready? Y'all gonna fuck y'all up. All right, look, boom. Everybody says, where's the origin of this energy? Motherfucker is it. Because you can't create or destroy it.
you
It
just
already
defined it. You just
exists.
defined it because you called it energy.
You
Right,
called
right.
it
But no, no,
energy.
no. People don't say it.
You
Energy
just
you cannot
defined it
create
though.
or destroy. And apparently we cannot create or destroy it either.
Yeah, we
Now
can.
I understand romance. Now y'all just really made me understand because I think I'm a word. I think I'm a word etymology. I think my brain is etymology. But anyway, y'all just made me understand romance languages, and it has to do with modal verbs and pronouns. They threw these 18 words in there, and it took away from your will and from the noun. That's deep shit. Even
So
God,
real. That's some deep
put
shit.
them in the it and all that stuff.
Doesn't take
That's some
away
deep
from
shit.
Japanese, and Japanese is a old language because Japanese was the derivative of sub-Asiatic African languages. So can we discount the fact that the
But
IO in
Japanese has an it.
translation in Japanese turns into a I? And
Japanese
I
has an
hear
it though.
y'all, but y'all keep disavowing the input, output, and the IT. That's a
But when you
fact
say
check.
I and O, it can't be it, Vicky. You can't
It's
associate
either a
I
I
and
or a you.
you can't associate I and you with it.
Why?
Why you
Because
Because
can't?
once you say
once you
I
say
and
I
you,
you,
you
Yes, you can.
define.
Finding you is the it. But
All languages, when we come to
no,
logic,
it
all
ain't.
languages,
the
I
why
is the first
is
person
fine. It's
human. I
fine.
is the first person
It's
human,
was
Huey.
Why
You
are
is
you
the
not
second
referring to
person
it
human.
as an acronym though?
oh
So it's not a
oh
word. It's two words put together like Islam.
It's two words
everything
conjoined
is
that
a word.
begins and ends in synonymity is synonymous to each other. It cannot exist without each other. The input T, output
Why are we
T.
doing all this arguing? It is a pronoun. I mean, there's no way around it.
It is
It's
an
real
idiom.
simple. It's real
It's not
simple.
a it's not a noun.
It's
It's not a person thing.
it's classified as an
No,
idiom.
y'all just said thing. Y'all, I
Why
hope
you
this is
keep
live.
saying it's classified as an idiom?
On one term, y'all said it's a
How is it
person,
not?
person, thing, and then that
Because it
it
says an
wasn't
idiom
human.
is a phrase or expression whose meaning
That was
can't be understood. That's what an idiom is.
That's what
Facts.
it is, right?
And I
Right.
just
But
told
It
as
y'all the
soon
and
as
it's
you
words that
it.
they put in
Okay,
as soon as you
listen
define it,
to
it's
what
not
you're
an idiom no
saying. We
more.
know that
Right.
it's an
Once you
But as
say
soon
idiom.
as you define it,
idiom, you define it.
now you defining it.
man.
Idiom.
If
I just
if God
said that. I
if
just
the
said the
creator
idiom itself defines itself
was right,
because of the
It,
ido and the I do and the IDO. EDO
When it all
itself
boils down,
means
it
that.
can't stand alone.
and
can
that's
the
simple.
creator stand
It
alone?
just did stand alone. What did you
Can the
just say the
creator stand
definition
alone?
of the idiom was? Something
A
that cannot be
phrase,
defined.
a phrase or
Okay.
Okay,
expression whose meaning
now check
Okay.
cannot
it
be
out.
understood,
So
but it's
let's
simple
fact check
as
that.
I'm
soon
gonna
as you
use
say
here
it.
as analogy.
So
I got this thing in my driveway. It. I'm looking at what was
Logan.
it?
What
Was
is
looking at
it?
me look
What
a
is it,
car.
Flat Plane? All
It's a
right, good.
car.
There you go.
Man, that shit
It's
was
no longer
good.
it
So
no more.
we can know there's no longer it. It's a
I
car.
understand
Who
that, but
am
we're
I
talking about the presence of it.
Put on
We're just
mute.
talking about the presence of it itself.
And what is
The
it
presence
though?
of it's
Before
it is
you
still
Presence of it.
define
Hey
it,
y'all,
it
when we
has
ain't hey,
defined itself.
hey, yo, my fault though. When we ain't talking, please just put your mics on mute because they saying they can't hear us in the chat. They saying it's echo. That's all.
Oh, that means somebody got two things open. Like they got they looking at it on YouTube and then they talking. That's usually what causes the echo.
Mm-hmm.
man.
Well, Vicky,
Wow.
I mean, Miss Victoria was talking though. I just know 3 people say that in the chat and everything. That's all.
It
Yeah.
yeah, I don't
So
understand that
usually
it
what the echo is like if I'm talking right now and I got the YouTube open on my computer, it's gonna cause the echo on here.
The
So
echo
that
can also happen if too many mics is open at once. You get a reverb.
oh okay, well I didn't know that.
You know how I know that? Audio input and output.
So you just
That was a
described
good
it
one.
then, didn't you?
That was a good one, Miss Victoria.
But did you just describe it
But
as
before I
input and
gave you a
output?
description, I'm saying input output is it itself. That's it is all I'm saying. It starts with an I and it ends with a T. Tell me it don't.
But as soon as you
You
say
cannot
input and
use it in a
output,
sentence
it is
without the
gone.
noun. You cannot use it in a sentence without the noun.
Or the verb.
Your action and description defines it, but when it is without purpose or definition, it has already defined itself.
You still using
It's,
adverbs, noun, adjectives, conjunctions.
Yes. You just used all that.
and no one's arguing that. It's just the presence of it itself.
I'm like flat plane. I'm like, why are we even still talking about this shit? It is
I
a
don't know who
pronoun and
started
that's
this
it.
for a conversation.
Here we started it.
Hey, because
Well, I
that it,
think
I
here we
told you,
started it.
I knew it would spiral into something. I know it is a big thing. I know it is a big thing that we have to figure it out. I know we all trying to figure it out. This is why we be on this thing all the time, trying to figure it out. And it's a whole lot of shit that we ain't figured it out yet. And until we get it, we ain't gonna figure it out.
We done figured this out because it is a pronoun.
No, we ain't. No, we
We done
ain't.
figured it out right there.
Huey.
Now that with that
Huey.
whole phrase you just said here, I don't think I got to do is put a noun in the place of all them it you said, and we'll have the answer.
And we
Huey.
still running
Huey.
the circle. Yes,
Huey,
ma'am.
what's the IO in numbers? A one
What's the
O
IO?
or 0 1? Is go back to the
Same thing.
binary, right?
It's a
Same thing.
binary,
So
input and
it's what
output.
the one
The
itself
input
is
and
what? Right. The
that's
creation,
all.
the thought, right? The
Yep,
spark. Yeah.
yep.
Now, wait a
I
minute.
can debate that a
You
little
I,
bit
still
I'm
though.
you
just yeah,
still
because I was
define
just getting
you
ready to say, okay, wait a
One
minute.
is the
you
You
still
output.
said one.
defining it. You
Hey
You
still
y'all,
still
defining it.
defining it, but you
hey y'all,
just said
listen to
it
this though
start
a
at
little bit.
one
Like
or it
when you
start at
say
zero.
ABC, you're saying the alpha beta. You're saying the alpha. So one is not everything. One is not the manifestation. The manifestation started at zero.
The
You
manifestation
said
start at zero, not at
what?
one.
But one
Zero
is the thought. One is
is
the
the
thought.
zero.
One is the
But
creation.
you can't
Now
have
one is the action.
you can't have one is the action. You can't
Yeah.
have one without
The
zero.
zero one. The zero and the one is one and the same.
But they
No, it
still
ain't.
define each other.
Oh man.
Like
You can't
it.
no, you can't leave them at it. You can't leave shit at it.
Oh,
You
yes, you can.
Or can we
What
say
can
Man,
you
that
leave at
it
it?
is similar to energy, neither
you
created or
still
But
destroyed?
defining
you
It
it.
just
simply
You giving it a
define
is.
it
Why
title.
as
can't it?
energy.
But why can't it simply be is?
Why
Just
is it
it's a
giving it you
state
still
of
giving it a
is
title?
until
You
you
saying
give
it
it
is.
power.
You
You
saying it is.
right.
But
It
is a
is.
verb. But is a verb. It's that's the is in all languages. Only us people
it
in English
is.
know. Huey, my fault. Is the trick word of languages. That word means to be. Like she be at the store. She was at the store. She has been to
Everything
the
is the
store.
trick.
They are at the store.
You can't
So
just say is
you
is
can
the
never do
trick.
that.
You can't just say is the trick. The whole trick
Is
was
is the trick.
hold
If you
on,
don't
man.
know no other languages, where
Hold
can you
on, man.
put?
Let me say
Hey
this,
man,
bro. No,
hey Huey.
biggest trick was the whole.
There's only one word, Huey. There's only one word that you could put a past tense, present tense, and a future tense. There's only one word. And we're taught the future tense and the past
Nah,
tense stuff, and we're not taught the noun tense.
nah.
Can
What
you
word is
please
that?
name that word for me?
Which language does it not exist in?
You know what?
All
I just
languages
I
come
just
from
I
the
just
Latin tongue that
I
we know
just
in our
I just
brain.
figured out the opposite of it. You know, like we were saying earlier that there's no opposite of it. The opposite of it is what? Because if you say it, you gonna goddamn say what?
There show lives. You're right about that. Cause whenever you say it, I'm gonna say what? What you mean? Yep.
Oh, you not? And if I'm showing you what it is, you not gonna even say what.
If you show me
What
what
is
it
it
is,
then?
I'm gonna already know what.
But when you say what is it, what they go together. What is it? I'm gonna say what is it then?
No, it's
What?
not. If I
And
tell
in
you what
99%
it is,
of other languages, when you say like he, she, and it, they leave the it absent because you can't even use it in a sentence in other languages unless you take away from the noun. It's not even, it's a worthless word in all other languages. Only us do it because we take away from the noun and we're in
that,
these third party
like you
contracts.
said,
Right.
you know,
Right.
I want to take one from you, Robert. You said that is was the biggest spelling word that we got, right? The
Yes,
biggest
it's the
word.
biggest word in languages is. It's a tense word, yes.
All right, now
Okay.
cool. I'm gonna tell
Okay.
you that. I'm gonna tell you that word themselves was the biggest trick because when they start putting got taught us to spell, that's what got us up under that motherfucker in the first place, and that's why we
So
up
what
under
word
this book.
do you
Okay,
say?
And
so
we
how the hell we gonna talk, Huey, if we don't use words?
let's say this, man. Let me say this, and this
Us
is why
using
we all
words
know.
is a de-evolved form of communication.
Okay, how
Yeah,
else we gonna communicate then?
there's
Through
many
our
ways to
thoughts?
communicate in words. SOS code, knocks, everything, sign language, all kind of shit is ways to communicate.
Them are words, man, that come off
Those are
pictures, bro.
words. If
Sign
sign
language are
language is a
words that come
words,
off
bro.
express
Hey,
pictures.
but you know what? I understand what Huey is saying. Here, you saying that it is powerful because it is gonna always bring up the question of what and have us searching for what it is. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, yes,
Right.
it's gonna always make you wonder what it is. It is gonna always put itself there and then remove itself like the devil, it or God. It make you wonder what God is, no matter what. It makes you think that it's something higher than yourself or something other than yourself.
But it is something higher than yourself.
It fuels the quest for knowledge, or it fuels the get up and go. It's a fuel that
because
it sparks you.
Because it defined itself.
Once you start excluding yourself and you don't know what it is, and then you define it, and then you be like, okay, I start realizing what it is. It is everything. Now I know that I got everything. Everything is here. Because if you was the creator, right, the one who created everything, I'm talking about creator, right? What would you need and what would you want?
Hey, Huey, it is not everything because you're just going back to the point you won't admit you're wrong. It is not everything.
Oh my God.
It can never be.
I don't give a damn.
Well, he said, in the sense of what he was saying, it is everything. It can be everything, but you still have to now we got to define everything, but
Thank you.
it can be.
Everything is like an adjective. It's not a noun.
Right.
Yeah, I
So
got you.
it's all
So
the same
what's Huey? Okay, so give me the representation of 5. What does 5 mean in numbers?
The central point, the five. It replaces the 1 because everything starts from 1, and then when you put it in a complete circle, 1 turns to 5, the complete middle.
And 5 goes, it reduces itself from 5 to 3 to 1, right? So we go from who, what, when, where, why to
But it
he, she,
also,
they. Hold
the 5 go to
on.
a 7 and a 9 too. You can't just
I'm
stop at the 5.
reducing. I'm not going for it. I'm going to the origin. I'm going to the root.
But you can't have the 5 without the 7 and the 9 and the 3.
Look, we can talk all night and we can never get around. It is a fucking pronoun. It is not a noun. There's no way. We're gonna get. We're not gonna come to an end to this conversation.
And it could never be a verb, and it's damn sure not a he or a she.
Yep, and that's facts. So really, that should be the end of it.
As long as it has to be defined, it can never be what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you don't got to define it, you're saying it can be whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, he was just dropped off. I guess he said, "Fuck it."
I like how you said that though. If it has to be defined, it's a pronoun, man. It's that simple.
Even if I say,
when we get the numbers,
if I say it was flying through the clouds, what are you gonna say?
What
was flying through the clouds? The opposite of it. What was flying through the clouds? It saved my life. Yeah, nigga, what saved your life?
Policeman or my friend or a gun.
Mm-hmm.
I feel you. But when we get the numbers, have y'all ever understood that I be looking at this weird stuff now called tile, the Asian numbers, and the way we look at numbers is fake. If you understand, because all numbers is adjectives, which means like when you say 1, 2, 3, you have to put a noun to it. And you can't use numbers unless you're doing actions with the numbers. And every number has a part of the circle or the square. Like when we think of 7, when we think of 7, it's not 7. It's like after you dig out a hole and you put something in, like a 7. Like when you think of 8, that means the most high, the octagon, the October. You know, it's like some weird shit. So this math they teach us, we need to understand words because words and numbers go together.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same thing Huey be teaching.
Oh, I don't knock Huey.
Okay,
there you go. He came back.
What?
Nah, my phone dead. All I'm saying is, bro, a right or wrong ain't what you said, bro. Cause you say it's wrong, don't mean it's wrong. Cause in my eyes, I'm right, bro. You feel me? And that's all about perception. You feel me? Because out of block and go burn a nigga up, and nigga be like, I'm dead ass wrong, but I might have my own reasons why I was right, and I don't give a fuck what nobody said. I justify my own rights.
Okay, so now we talking about perspective. Okay, let's start talking about perspective. Then we off it. We talking about perspective now.
Yeah, we off it.
No,
Okay.
I'm just saying about it too. Let me bring something else here real quick. Fuck the perspective though. Let me show y'all something else because I just want to show y'all something else real quick. All right, let me show y'all something else because and I ain't got that much time because my phone gonna die. But I don't know if y'all heard me earlier when I was telling y'all about the Mason. We know that the J's weren't supposed to be part of our language. Like we were say we supposed to use the Y and Yahweh and shit like that, right? So if we take the J's out of our language, that means we got to take the 3 J's out the month. January, June, July. That'll give us 9 months. 9 months that we were born. Y'all hear? Y'all there? Somebody probably need to mute.
I think that's Vicky. No, it ain't Vicky. She on mute. I don't know who the hell that is.
That's black. That's black man.
Oh, that's me. My fault.
Okay. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Huey.
So if we take the 3 J's out, if we take the 3 J's out the year, that'll give us 9 months that we was born, right? All right. And if we do that, right, we'll get FMAMASON. It say F and then it say mama son. And at the end will be a D, right? But if we do away with the F and the D just for the sake of looking at what's in the middle of between the beginning and end of the mirror, we're gonna see Mason in this word in the
But that ain't
month. In the
but that
months.
ain't got but that ain't got nothing to do with masonry though.
I know, but
Masonry,
hold
the word mason ain't got nothing to do with my son.
I know.
Now I'm
With
hearing
my son,
I'm hearing your explanation. It sounds good, but
yeah,
the
cool. Well,
definition
they gonna say that,
mason does not mean my son.
all right, cool. They gonna say it don't need my son. We know it don't mean my son or whatever, but we looking at the fucking Mason. We will fuck my son. All right. We're gonna say Mason in the word. All right, fuck my son. And we're gonna say that the FM was for Freemason, but they ain't put it there. That was February and March. And then they put another A there
No,
in the middle.
the free part of masonry didn't. I'm just saying you talking about something, and I'm gonna break it down to you. They didn't add. They added free to Mason. They added free to Mason once they came out of something. That's when they added the free to it because they became free.
I'm trying to.
It ain't got nothing to do with the calendars.
That's why I'm putting this at the beginning. That's why the FM was before it showed us the real Mason.
No, the real Mason was just a builder. It didn't have nothing to do with the months.
And you trying to break it down before I even show you it.
I'm breaking it down from what you said, though.
I didn't argue before I can even say anything.
You done said it. You done said it already. How can I break down something you ain't said?
Before I even go, illustrious cook, if I took all them J's out, you knew that those months in the middle of from May to the end of fucking November said Mason in it? You already knew this.
But guess what though? Those months were named. Those months was named the kings of that particular time. They took those months and named them after themselves. So you can't say that. That ain't got nothing to do with masonry.
Okay, man. I'm asking
so you can break it
that
down however you want, but it ain't got nothing to do with masonry.
You a question, you don't answer. You always got something to say. Can you just answer my question? Yes or no? Did you know that those months when you put them together say Mason?
What I know is those months that you talking about ain't got nothing to do with masonry. Those months, the months that we got, January through December. What I'm saying is you had kings at that time that honored themselves by putting.
Because I never said one time that this had nothing to do with no masonry, bro.
You just said the word Mason, bro. Ain't you breaking down Mason? You said my
hold
son,
on.
right?
Hey, y'all, catch this right quick. Hey, is there supposed to be 2 full moons in a row? And if it is, the moon is on the east side right now. And if it's shining on the east side, ain't the sun supposed to be behind the moon? So why is it shining on the east side if the sun is supposed to be behind that shit? I just want to put that in there though. Go ahead.
It ain't never
behind.
Oh yeah, that's deep. It's always in front of it. That's deep though. That's deep right there, Star.
But y'all know, like as much as I be sometimes going in on the so-called, when I go in on them, I just need 30 seconds. Just when I go in on so-called Masons, there was different degrees, and there are different like organizations though. So I don't know if you can put all the so-called groups like that in one group though.
My point, and I'm
exactly, you're right.
Hold on, man. Hold on, bro, because you just be exactly rooting in everything else with everyone, bro.
No, don't say that. Which, if somebody say facts, I'm gonna agree with it. If somebody don't say facts, I'm gonna disagree. And what I'm saying is what Root Word been saying. If he's saying the shit right, I'm gonna agree with it. I don't always agree with Root. Ask Root,
Okay,
do I
cool, but
always
listen,
agree
I'm
with it?
asking you. I asked you a direct question, bro, and you will never give a direct answer.
Give
I
it to
asked
me.
you a yes or no question, and you
How many
can
times
just
you gonna
Well,
do
give
that,
it
bro?
to me again. Give me the question again.
How much time you gonna waste doing
Did
that?
you know what March,
Fuck
May,
nigga.
August, September, October, November together that it said Mason?
Okay, you asked the question. Let me give you the answer. My answer to that is the reason why we got the names
Man,
of
it's a
months.
yes or no question,
It
bro.
is.
Hold
How
on.
you gonna tell me what my answer is,
It's a
bro?
yes.
How you gonna tell me? How you gonna tell me how to answer a fucking
Oh
question?
my.
How you gonna tell me
All
how
right,
to
man.
answer a question?
This is why.
You can't tell me. If you
I'm
ask
gonna
me a
ask
question,
a
you can't
question.
tell
I'm
me
gonna
that
ask
it's a
a
yes or
question.
no.
I'm gonna ask a
Hey,
question.
was
You
that not a
believe?
yes or no?
Hold on. You believe the Masons don't have anything to do with the calendar, correct?
No, I didn't say that. What I'm
Okay,
saying
so
is what he talking about.
I know you didn't say that. That's why I asked you that.
We did
So
have
It's
something to
not
do
that
with.
sometimes I go in on the
This
Mason.
We
nigga.
did have something.
And
We
you can't
did
just
have something
you
to do
can't
with
just
the calendar, but it didn't have.
you put
We
them
did.
all the Mason.
We did
There's
have
different
something.
groups like the Dragon Group, the
This is
Freemasons,
funny
We
as
we
hell.
Wait,
we did have something to do
y'all.
with the
I'm gonna say
calendar,
something
but
right
it
quick.
wasn't the name
I'm
I
gonna
of
say
know
something right
that.
quick.
Uh
Lustrous. See, the reason we
Can you
always get into
finish
these
it, bro?
the reason we always get into these arguments with Lustrous is because Lustrous sitting on the point of like, I invented jelly. I got the recipe to jelly. I know how to make jelly. Oh, y'all speculating how to make jelly. I actually made the shit. So he's saying he's actually a Mason in the shit, and we come with all that speculation and shit we've been told all through the years about Masons, and he telling you it's not true because he is a Mason.
exactly.
Hey,
And
but
I know
My
that,
point
and I
is,
respect that.
if you
I
say
ain't
the
never had an
truth,
issue with that.
if you say the truth, I'm gonna say you saying the truth. But if you
the
saying if
same.
you ain't saying the truth, I'm gonna tell you you're not.
Listen, man.
Hold on,
Bring
hold on, hold on,
Maybe the last
hold on. Look,
man. God damn, boy. Y'all make shit
let
difficult, man.
Huey,
Show this nigga something.
hold on. Let's hear what you're saying, Huey, because I feel like I know where Illustrious is headed on that, and that's why I asked you that question because that's not how it was phrased earlier, and that's not the answer that you gave, which is correct. So, Huey, can you explain to me still what you were saying about the word Mason, not as in Freemasons or Masonry, but what the word Mason is symbolic of for you with the calendar without the J's? Please continue.
God damn, because I just came into the realization of it now. I'm trying to see if I'm the only one who just coming to the realization that when you take the J's out that motherfucker, you see Mason in the goddamn calendar. That was all of my question. I wasn't saying that they had to do with it, but what they had, I was trying to question the word.
Okay, so Cook. So
Already,
Cook. My question then is,
Wait, man, Vicky, I can't hear you. I mean,
Somebody
I can
gotta
hear
take
you
the mic
talking.
off, man.
Yeah,
Somebody
I
gotta
can
take the
hear
mic
you
off.
talking, but I can't hear what you're saying.
Man, fuck it, man.
Okay, it's quiet now. Go ahead, Vicky. What was you
okay,
saying?
so Cook, what is your rebuttal then? If he's just saying that you heard what he said, so then what is your rebuttal as far as the actual response and knowledge, therefore, of the calendar?
My response was when he said something about the months. What I was trying to tell him is that Masons didn't have to do. We didn't have nothing to do with the title of the month, like January, February, stuff like that. We dealt with the numbers of the months. That's what we dealt with. The numbers, the titles came from whoever was ruling at that time. They the
Okay.
ones that put the title to the months. We were the ones that established the numbers because they
Mm-hmm.
tell you that it's 365 days of the year, and it's not 365 days. That's only 360 days. So we were the ones that established the numbers, not the months. That's all I was trying to tell Huey. So when he
Now,
was
can
saying
I?
when you take the J's out and this, that, and the third, that
Uh
had
huh.
something to do with masonry, and I'm telling you that I was telling him that it didn't. The
Now,
letters didn't have nothing to do with it. It was the numbers. That's it.
can I mention a coincidence to that effect?
Yes.
To that effect, if we look at it at a scope of, and correct me if I'm wrong, what he's saying to the masonry and just as the knowledge of Freemasonry in general, I believe in breadcrumbs all the time, and he's saying the shit's not a coincidence. So, with that being said, is it not a factor that the Knights Templar was assumed and as a part of that in the beginning roots of Masonry?
I don't
That's
quite
a
understand.
yes or no. Were
I
the
don't quite.
Knights Templar in the beginning de facto organization predating Masonry?
The Knights Templar are Masons.
Right. So the Knights Templar are Masons, and the shit's not a coincidence like he's saying. I find it funny that 1582 is when the Gregorian calendar changed over to the modern calendar we use it now, and 1582 was also supposed to be the supposed persecution of the Knights Templar, said Masons.
But
I leave the floor.
the the persecution, there was no persecution of Knights
I
Templar.
know.
They still
I
exist right
know.
now.
Right. Didn't I just say the supposed
Right.
the
So
supposed
And so you saying the calendar
persecution?
was right before 1582?
the
It
Knights
was the
Templars
Gregorian
always exist.
calendar.
The
No, I'm
Knights
just
Templar
asking. So you saying
always
it was more
existed.
accurate before the predicament you just said?
Yes, it was.
Okay, just know though that's when the Moors was in charge. Islam.
And you are absolutely right. The Moors and the Masons are very so much connected.
I just want to put a good thing to the Moorish Mason connection. He was.
They are very much connected, bro.
Most
I
They,
Moors are Masons. Most
no,
Moors are
not
Masons.
not all of
I
them.
say
But
most. I didn't say all.
well,
I say most of them are.
well, that
All I'm
that's
saying
that's
is
kind
this
of
though, is when everybody be dissing the Masons like me, I be sometimes going in on them. They're builders, and you need to build your life. So whichever way you build your life, that's your Mason. My opinion of it.
The Knights
and guess what
Templar
else?
are builders. The Knight Templars are
Now,
protectors.
now
The
can I
And
Knight
get back to my
and guess
Templar
point
what
though,
else?
man?
is old. So let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if the shit's not a coincidence, and the Masons they themselves did not name the months, who
Right.
is to say that in 1582, when we switched from a Gregorian calendar to a modern one, in the 1582, the supposed persecution did not happen to said protectors? Who is to say that they did not build with said calendar and left breadcrumbs? All I am saying. Read in between the damn
Now, once
lines.
again, that I say. Now, when I say this, now your answer then. So your answer to me, Cook, was no. Then basically, you didn't know that it said Mason with it because y'all didn't deal with numbers. And me seeing Mason and it ain't got nothing to do with Masons. So
But
I
didn't you
shouldn't have seen
say
Mason in it. Hold
did you say
on.
it said you said it said MASOND, right?
I said at the end, and I say that's
So it ain't Mason, it's MASOND. That's not Mason. I don't know what word that is. MASOND.
Masoned? Is it
No.
masoned? Is it
No.
built? Is it past tense? It's not nothing
No.
like that with the D on the end? Okay, I was just asking.
No.
It hasn't been
Maybe
built. It's not like that building thing, right? Like, why is it called a building if it's built? It's not like that.
no.
Okay, just clarification. That's all.
But one thing I wanted to say, the root words is the Moors, they were the ones that navigated and put all that shit together. They were the ones that actually helped the free. Well, actually, they were together. So the Moors and the Masons together, they did the shit. So you can't, speaking from a Freemason point of view, you can't even really talk about Freemasons without mentioning the Moors.
But I
You
just want to
can't
say
do
one
it.
thing. When Moors was in charge more than any other name, they said they fell in the late 1400s to the 1500s. The world was a
Mm-hmm.
little smoother then.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Because without the Moors, we wouldn't have went no fucking well. It wouldn't have been no traveling. We call ourselves traveling men. It wouldn't be no fucking traveling if it weren't for the Moors because they the one that navigated the shit. You understand what I'm
So,
saying?
is the transition of the calendar significant to a building, a new era, a new coming? Because that's what I'm asking when I'm saying that, because I feel like you're both true and accurate, because on the whole scope, that's what that would interpret to me. Because if I survived some shit in 1582 and I'm about to go out here and kick off a revolution, I'm going to do some shit like that. I'm going to be so impactful that your days revolve around me and what I constructed as far as the days and times, not what is actual or true, because you're on my time. So I feel like the energy that rests up in that shit is where you're both true and accurate, is all I'm saying. So I don't think it's a real argument there, but there is some significance to the transition of the of the calendar and sync with that event.
Hey, this is a guess. I can't say this is true, but my opinion of it after I start just looking at languages and my opinion of it, 9 is like the most the Nova. I'm putting like the newer, the nouveau, if that's the understanding. But a woman, her 9 months too is the nouveau. So I mean, I just when you put them together and then you start looking at Septa, which is like the Siesta and all that stuff, and September, man, that's the 7th month. And when you look at like the oct, like octagon and all this stuff, all them words are dealing with the 8. There's some weird stuff that I don't know, these months we might want to relook at that stuff, and it's all in the words. Like the march out of the sea, the first month. It's some weird shit going
on. There's definitely some sort of significance to it. You're right.
Isn't that why it's powerful to know what your sign is when you're born and what house it's in and what signs were present, visible, rotating around you? It's a reason it's phrased that way, that Leo was in the house of the Capricorn or in the fourth house of this and that. It's a reason it's phrased that way.
And you know what's crazy? Is because my name, when you spell it out, spell my name out in numerology, it comes to 9. And I'm the only Mason in my entire bloodline. That's weird as fuck. But yet my name is like 5th generation. There's 5 other Reginald Cooks in my generation. 5 other, but I'm the only Freemason in the whole thing, and I'm gonna die being the only one because I don't have a son. So when I die, it's gonna die with me. That's weird, ain't it? It began with me, and when I die, it's gonna end with me.
And you know, and,
Hey,
I
did
just
your
stop, and I just stop questioning your expertise because you've been in Mason over 20 years, ain't it? So I mean, you're an expert at that shit. I mean, I don't think it's too much really. So that's why I say, you know, we argue with you, but really, you telling us if we telling the truth or not. But you're an expert at that shit. If you've been studying something over 20 years, you're an expert at it.
I can't even tell you how much. I go to meetings every Saturday, unless we don't get together or whatever. But other than that, I meet with these brothers every Saturday, and we chop up shit. That's the reason why I like to come to these lives, because it's so much information in these lives shared by people that don't even understand that. Well, I ain't gonna say y'all don't understand, because y'all do understand, but what I'm saying is a lot of stuff that y'all talk about, we talk about the same shit. That's why I like to come and hear different people that I'm not meeting with. I like to hear my perspectives because it's very intelligent and I like to hear it.
So I think instead of from now on challenging your truth about Mason when you really are Mason, we should be asking to think that if the stuff that we've been thinking all these years is what we think is true, ask you.
And I'll tell you, like me and Huey P, we go at it all the time. And it ain't just Huey, it's a lot of people. But you know what, Flat Plane, you know why I enjoy certain panels? Because y'all don't just judge me as being a Freemason. Y'all judge me as being a man. Y'all don't look at, oh, Cook or Mason here, Mason, he this, he that. Y'all don't look at that. Y'all look at who I actually am. Like, y'all take the time to hear what I'm saying. Y'all take the time to know who I am, as opposed to having a basic general idea who I am, and you don't know that.
Do you know
That's
what the
why.
word translates to me or to people? Just
What
that
word?
word alone, Mason.
What?
See, it always transforms into one basic word. People hear Mason, they hear evil.
Mm-hmm.
People hear Mason, they think carpenter. People
Mm-hmm.
who think Mason, they think a jar. When I
Mm-hmm.
hear Mason, all I simply hear is what it is,
There go
knowledge.
that it again.
But it's knowledge. It
Mm-hmm.
is knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
It's a collection of people. Okay, and I've always said this, Masons are like librarians. I hate to say it like that, but that's how I try to explain it to other people.
No, no,
They
no. You can
collect.
stop right there. You can stop right there. That's exactly what we are. We like librarians. But go ahead and finish, Vicky.
And I don't just say this because of my brother and things like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just the reality of that. When you have a organization as vast and as old, there is a collection going on. You're collecting, you're processing, you're storing, you're deciphering.
Mm-hmm.
It's knowledge, it's information.
Mm-hmm.
So for most people, it always translates to a basic word, like I said, the other things. But for me, that's all I hear. So of course, I'm not going to judge you off of, whatever. Like, if you feel like you gotta go out here and stab a goat Saturday, cool. I might go stab a goat too. I don't fucking know. I'll see. I feel cute today. I might go stab a goat later. That don't have shit to do with me. That has nothing to do with the situation or the information at all. So that's all people hear. Oh, the fucking
And
Masons,
you
they're
know what?
stabbing
See,
goats on the weekend.
yeah,
And you
You
know
know,
actually,
what?
like,
I don't want to speculate no more. If you can answer the question, Cook, answer. What does riding the goat mean?
riding the goat. When we as Freemasons say riding the goat, it simply means, are you ready to take it to the next level? Are you ready? Are you ready to come into this? Because when you come into this, it's gonna be like riding a goat. And what's the difference between the goat and the sheep? The sheep, you can lead the sheep, but you can't lead no goat. That's the whole point of when we say riding a goat. That's the whole point of it.
So it
And
ain't got
one
nothing to
thing
do. It
with
ain't got nothing to do with no faggot shit. It ain't got nothing to do with
Bruh,
taking in his ass. And
if it had something to do with that, I wouldn't even be a part of it.
but
Cause
when
ain't nothing gay
they say
about
that
me. I
Masons
ain't
are
even really that happy.
when they say that Masons are librarians, if you're not a librarian, please be one. Please start um putting stuff into your catalog inside your house, because if you don't have like your own library of anything, you're like wait lost out here. And one thing that when we was talking about, y'all said that Masons kept catalogs of stuff from ancient times. And then like certain people that has a Mason aspect, they know how to build, master, do stuff. You have to write it down. So words always have been around. That's all.
Mm-hmm. 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 Because the only difference between me and y'all is that I took an oath. But as far as the knowledge and the degree work, y'all all got it. I hear it every time I come on these certain panels, not all panels, but on certain panels. When I get on certain panels, the only difference between me and the people on the panel is that I took an oath. That's it. If I didn't take that oath, that's the only thing that would separate me. But the knowledge is the key, and all y'all are intelligent as fuck. That's why I fuck with y'all, because y'all smart as fuck.
so with that being said, Cook, I know you took the oath. So is it anything that we would ever ask you that you would not iterate on or would not give an explanation
yes,
to?
Nope.
yes.
Nope. No,
Yep.
it ain't. No, you know why it ain't, Vicky?
I say that
Let me.
because they done said this shit about you before. They were like, he ain't gonna answer because he amazing.
And they was lying. You know why I say that? Because the question that you would need to ask me that I couldn't tell you, you're not gonna know the question. And if you
To
do know
ask.
the right, and if you do know the question, the first thing I'm gonna say is, now how the hell you knew how to ask? How the hell you knew to ask me that? That's the first question
So
I'm
with
gonna
that
ask you.
being said, will you ever tell us the questions to ask?
No,
So that's
No,
what I'm saying. So it is something that you won't tell us.
you
We just have to
seeking knowledge.
yeah, I won't tell you the question to ask because to be honest with you, like, let me see,
Let
what
me share
question
my
would I
experience
ask?
with this.
I
Let me
gotta
share
think
my
about
experience with this.
it.
Look, I'm gonna share my experience. Hold on. Look. Okay. So my brother, when we first got into the conversation and all of that, and he was explaining the traveler, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So of course I was asking about the traveler. I was asking all the wrong questions. So I'm like, so why won't you tell me what he was like, you have to ask the right question yourself. I can't
Right,
tell you which question to ask.
So
You
right.
have to ask the right
you're not
question
yeah.
yourself.
So you're not denying the so-called secret. You just haven't asked what the secret is.
Yes, because a rule of Freemasonry is to be one, ask one, and that rule is the question has to be asked. It has to be asked. If it's not asked, then it stays right there.
So and you the thing about being asking, you have to know how to ask it.
Yes,
It's your free will to receive said information, but you can't just receive said information without enacting your free will. You enact your free will when you ask the proper question
I
for a
couldn't have
proper
said it no
answer.
better. I couldn't have
I
said it no better.
well, thank you. So I'm
I
just
need to
saying.
record. I need to record what you just. I hope we live, but I mean, we. I need to that what you just said need to be recorded. I couldn't have said it a better way. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, I ask. You know, if anybody asks me a question, I answer it, and I tell the truth. I'm bound to the truth. I cannot lie to you. I can't, and that's a fact.
We gonna get together in the back. I'm gonna ask some questions because I think I'm an animal. I'm just gonna wait till we get to the back.
And
So I
you
think
and
I'm
and and one thing I can say is root words. You are an animal. You are you ruthless. You very intelligent, and I would love to goddamn for me and you to go one on one. I love it, bro. And any of y'all, Vicky,
Well,
Flat
Cook.
Plane, all
Well,
y'all, I
I
love
got
to
a
go with
question. I got
y'all.
a question for you, Cook.
Okay,
When it relates to Masonic and the Masonic order and Masonry, define sacrifice.
sacrifice would be a metaphor. It'll be a ritual. We'll break down the sacrifice as a ritual. So we're not actually sacrificing. What we're doing is we going through the ritual. Like for an example, when you first come into Freemasonry, you're considered an entered apprentice because you coming in to learn. So you're considered an entered apprentice. What you're gonna do is you're gonna sacrifice everything that you know. You're gonna give that up completely to accept what I'm getting ready to teach you. That's your sacrifice. That's how we define sacrifices. It's not nothing
Can
literal.
I add to that effect?
Yes, please.
You said when you first come in, you are considered a what?
Entered apprentice,
Okay. When you first come into Christianity, you're considered a what? A Bible student,
a
an
student, yes.
apprentice.
An apprentice, yes, a student.
And what are you doing with Christianity? You are what? Your sacrifice is to shed all earthly woes.
Mm-hmm.
Come to me within my bosom and hear my good word.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to throw that there. So in case y'all missed that relation, that's all.
where's
If
the boozum
anyone's hearing what I'm saying,
at? And where's the boozum at?
That's a lot of places, bro. The bosom is in a lot of books. Like the bosom is in the Bible with Abraham. The bosom in the Quran is with Muhammad. I mean, you know, you got a lot of different bosoms. You know what I'm saying? But it's all turning over what you know. You know, you putting what you know and your beliefs in the hands of another.
What is the
You know,
final book? What is the final book that you get to in your travels?
basically it'll be knowledge of it'll ascend the book, and it'll go into the individual. Because in Freemasonry, the reason why we accept everybody, we accept Muslim, Catholics, Christians, whatever your denomination is, when you come into Masonry, because we cover all of them. When you come into it, we got something for you. We're gonna put your book right there on the table. Well, not the table, the altar. We're gonna put your book right there, and we're gonna allow you to give that your sacrifice is to put that aside and come into our knowledge.
So is
That
the
is what
black
it's
letter
gonna have to do.
This is the question I
is the
wanted to
black
ask.
letter the highest of knowledge in that
Yes,
the
yes,
black letter?
black. Yes,
No, I was just
the
wondering
black letters are the Knights Templar, and that's the highest. That's the highest form.
There you go.
when you looked at like when you be seeing different religions and you see the Christian thought inside of your situation, and then when you see like the Catholic thought of inside your situation, and when you see the Muslim thought, your opinion, which one you think fits us if it had to be a religion? Do you think Christianity, Catholicism, or Muslim?
You asking me a personal question, right?
Okay, however you
That's
feel. You know what
personal.
I'm saying? Because you inside something you said you deal with a model. I'm just asking for them three right there.
Personally, me personally, I think that Christianity explains it the best. Personally, I think that Christianity explains it the best. That's me personally, because in my teachings, when we hold a teaching session, I strictly teach about Christians. Now we got other brothers that speak about Islam. We got other brothers that speak about Buddhism. We got different brothers that speak about different things. But when we get on the first 3 degrees, which is the blue house, when we talk about that, I'm an elder in the blue house. I'm the one that rule over the blue house. It's me and 2 other brothers. We the ones that strictly, that's our expertise, the blue house. Now I'm in all of them, but the blue house is my expertise because me personally, I believe that Christianity explains it better. Now, when I sit in a red house and they talking about Catholicism, all that shit makes sense too. But to me, the Christianity part breaks it down better. When I go to the Knights Templar and they talking about the Islamic part of it. Now, I'm hoping y'all hearing this. Let me go back. Let me go back so y'all can hear me. In the blue house, which is the first house, which is the first 3 degrees, that's Christianity. In the red house, which is the second house, which goes from 4 to 9, that is Catholicism. The last house, which is the black house, which deals with Knights Templar, that deals mainly with the Islamic religion. So, me personally, I side more with the Christianity part because my personal belief is that Christianity breaks it down more. But now, if I talk to one of my bros from the red house, me and him will go on forever. If I talk to one of my brothers in the black house, me and him will go on forever because he gonna
So
give good
Lux,
points and I'm gonna give good points.
Lux. So what master do you serve, bro? What's the name of your master?
Um, with Freemasonry, the master is the the actual essence of it is the same in all 3 houses. The title is what changes. Like when you in the blue house, that's called a worshipful master. When you in the red house, which is the next level, that's called a
What's
high
the
priest.
what's the name of the ultimate master, the top master? What's
The
his name?
the ultimate master is called the commander.
It
And
doesn't have it doesn't have a specific name.
that is the name, the commander. The commander is he's the head of the Knights Templar.
But the
And the
commander
Knights
don't
Templar is the
don't have
final one.
don't the commander itself don't have a name.
That's it. The commander. That's his name, the commander.
Oh, okay.
That's his title. Well, that's not his name, that's his title.
So what will be the name of the commander?
He has many names. He'll tell you a whole lot of names. I mean, if you want me to start naming off names, I can
Yeah,
just
yeah,
start naming
yeah,
off
yeah,
names.
yeah, yeah. Let me hear some names.
If you say names, you'll say Jehovah, you'll say Yahweh, you'll say El Elyon, you'll say Elohim. It'll keep going because the commander or the Knights Templar is the one that holds the secret to Christ, which holds the secret to Muhammad. Their true and innermost secrets that they held from the people,
Is
and
this
that
And,
is
and,
this
is
and
is this master of this world that you're
So is
speaking
it
of?
more of a Lord?
I'm
yes.
look when you
Hold
break
on.
down those religions and you think about all those books, it's only defined into two simple things. It's either you or I. It is personal stories of someone that's telling you that story, or it goes into thou shalt, thou shalt, thou shalt. It's telling you not to do something. So when it all boils down, the high master is you. It all has to come back. All has to come back to you because you have to make the action in your universe and everything around you and your interaction. So the thou and the I, that's all the Bible's all religions is defined as thou and I.
And see,
But as that
that's
question
the
you was
reason why I fought with y'all. Because
hey that
what
question
I
you
Flat
was
wasn't I
Plain
asking
wasn't
what
asking I
Flat
wasn't
Plain
asking
just
I wasn't
said,
asking flat
that
about
is
that
the
though.
secret.
I was
hey, that
asking
question you
Lux
was
about
asking
that.
before I
Flat Plain
asking you
just told y'all the secret. He just told y'all the secret of it all.
I heard what he said, but I was particularly speaking of a master that you said got many names. And now the other question was is that master that you referring to is that master of this world or of this earth or from somewhere else?
He is known as the master of this plane and as the master of many planes. And how you could translate that is he is of this earth and not of this earth.
So he's
Meaning
not
that
human.
is he in
right,
the flesh?
he
Is he in the
is he there is one that's in the flesh and there is one that's spiritual. Yes. And what Flat Plane said, I would love for him to say that again because what Flat Plane said, that is the secret. That is the true secret of Freemasonry. The true secret of Freemasonry is yourself. Is what you accept to be true and false. Is what you accept because in order to come into this beautiful organization, that's what we call it a beautiful organization. This in order to come into this beautiful organization, you are going to have to give up what you think you know and allow us to dictate, to basically dictate. I'm giving you what it is. That's why I said I can't lie. I'm giving you what it is. In order for you to come into this beautiful organization, you are going to have to forget what you know and allow us to dictate to you what we, from all of our studies, from all of our Passovers, from all of our sacrifices, you are going to have to come into this and accept what we tell you to be as true. Now, if you don't, then you cannot be a part of it.
And I'm glad you answered about sacrifice because there's nothing more greater on earth you can sacrifice other than yourself. It
I
ain't no
rest my
cow. It ain't no cow. It ain't no goat. It ain't when you say I got to sacrifice me, what I know to come into you. We all thinking of the sacrifices of blood rituals, but the greatest sacrifices of yourself.
Yeah, I couldn't, bro. I could. With that being said, I can get off this motherfucking gold stairs and go to sleep. With that being said, that's the end of it. That is Freemasonry right there. That is the sacrifice. You're sacrificing yourself. I love it. I love it. I love this type. That's why I fought with y'all because y'all got knowledge beyond belief. The same kind of stuff that y'all talk about, bro. We talk about the same thing. We damn near talk about the exact same thing. So if y'all got any more questions, I'm open to them. Because I'm gonna tell you the truth about it. And the Moors, root words, the Moors, bro. One of my best friends is a Moor. His name is Geronimo Bay. And you know for a fact that Bay connects him to the Moors. His name is Geronimo Bay, one of my best friends. Me and this nigga, we stay at war. We stay at war. And I love him to death, and he loved me to death. But our doctrine always clashed. But you know what it is though? Every time our knowledge clash, I sharpen his sword and he sharpened mine. He learned something from me, and I learned something from him.
When he say Geronimo, do we mean like the real Geronimo, like over here?
I mean the Geronimo that's over here.
Oh, I just want to make sure I just don't like, oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Me and him is on the same level then.
Mm-hmm.
I might be on his level because he, you know what I'm saying, he went through his thing. Okay, that's what's up though. Yeah, I'd like to build on that because I don't know if a lot of people will admit that there was a lot of us over here. That's all. Yeah. I like that name, Geronimo. I'd like to hear you build one day.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, and that's just crazy. No matter what you call yourself, whatever travels you take ain't gonna do shit but lead you right back to you.
Now, did y'all hear that? Whatever travels you take, and Freemasons, we call ourselves traveling men. You see that? Whatever travels you
What?
take,
Yeah.
it's gonna lead you right back to yourself.
When you call
Because you are
yourself
the
a
one.
Muslim, a Moor,
Yes.
Mason, Presbyterian, Baptist,
Yes.
is all pointing the finger back at you. Because at
Yes.
the end, it's gonna be, well, what you gonna do?
What you gonna do? Yep. I couldn't say it no better. I'm so glad I tuned into this shit, man, and got on the panel with y'all, bro. Cause I know that y'all realize it, but we way deep in the rabbit hole now, bro. We so far deep into the rabbit hole. We way deep in this motherfucker. We couldn't be too far from the bottom of that. We deep into some shit now.
I don't be
All this
meaning
shit
to
goes
throw the
back to you.
conversations off. I feel like I be throwing the conversations
Oh
off because
no,
like
Vicky,
flat.
you
No.
you sparked it.
Well, flat was going somewhere else too, but I'm glad he said what he said as far as what I'm saying, asking the questions he asked because, like he said, that's your craft. So can't nobody speak on that higher than you.
Hey, do y'all get in like a sort of clash where, like in our melanated history, like he more like there's the Kemet of the East, and then there's the Kemet. I mean, there's the Kemet of here and the Kemet of Africa. Is that like where like a lot of this clash at? You think?
Yeah, we get into that. We get into that. See, the one thing that I appreciate about it is we got a whole lot of different beliefs. Like I got brothers that believe that we all came from Africa. I got brothers that believe we all originated right here on Turtle Island. I got brothers that believe we came from the moon. We got brothers that believe that we spawned from what's that guy name? I'm trying to think of a name. I can't. Shit, I just thought of it. Damn knowledge. God damn it, knowledge. You was just talking about this the other day. What is that name? Damn, it's right on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah,
There was
cool.
a Yakub, but it's another one. Um, no. It's knowledge. You was just talking about this shit the other day, man. You said you was gonna have a stream on them.
Oh, the Anunnaki.
Damn, Anunnaki.
Yeah.
Anunnaki. We got brothers that believe that they
Yeah,
believe
man.
in
I
the
would
whole
love.
Anunnaki doctrine. There's a lot of different
I've been
brothers.
deep in
See,
that
that's what
shit.
I'm saying.
The Anunnaki.
I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna break it
Anunnaki
down real
connects
quick.
all religions.
When you think about life, you got to think about what's real, and what's real is what it is. Is you got to think about the power of the thing. There's nothing new under the sun. We so busy into everybody want to be first. Everybody want to put themselves higher. And we still based in this hierarchy system that is so hard to break away from, that we want to be first. But the thing about it is you got to look at it what it is. The same thing that's going on today was going on 5,000 years ago.
Yes.
It was going on 10,000 years ago. It ain't no such thing as like, well, he was first, he was first, he was first, or he was second. We were here.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? You know, in these lands, you know, we might have did different travels and everything, but it ain't nothing new. It's what it is today is the same thing was going on yesterday. You know, it ain't no magical shit going on. Like, oh, everything came out of us. Well, if everything came out of us, we'll still be doing it today. I ain't seen two niggas make a Chinese man.
Now,
I ain't seen two Chinese motherfuckers make a nigga.
now pause that for a minute. Now pause that for a minute and go back. This man just said
going back is imagine it. You got to imagine it going back.
This man
It
just
is
said
what it is.
This
It
man
is what it is.
This man just said what goes on today is the same thing that went on yesterday. And that is a motherfucking fact. The same thing that's going on today is the same thing that went on yesterday. So how can I say that I'm first? How can I say that I'm first?
Because if we came first, Vicky and Lusher Cook should have a Hawaiian motherfucking baby.
Mm-hmm.
And motherfucking me and Rochelle should have us a motherfucking Indonesian motherfucker.
Yep.
I think
straight, not no albino, but a straight up Indonesian.
Yep. Because when you talk about albino, you talking about something else. So you absolutely
before like
right.
the Civil War, I think we wasn't looking at everybody as white or black or African and American, or I think it was more of a one-tonguish type of deal. You know, I think we was more one people. That's about it. The Creon stuff got us messed up though. So I mean, I'm agreeing with you that a lot of stuff was the same right now that it was back then, but I just don't think certain negative entities was here.
In the race to be first, white folks have gave black folk the champion ring because in order to be first, you got to be a monkey. I mean, come on with the game, man. That shit don't make sense, man. It's all, you know, the hierarchy is what's got us fucked up. We're all equal.
Let me say something real quick. I think people around the world and religions got somewhat of it correct when they talk about, God should look like you. I think that every one of us got a certain creator that we actually come from. Every type of people got a certain attribute of creation that they come from, but that's not the same creator though. I think that could be a possibility. Go ahead, though.
But those creators of people had to come from a creator.
Yep. And how you gonna explain that? Yep. Absolutely right. Both of y'all are absolutely right.
You know, it ain't about no who came from who and all that shit, man. We here. And we been here. This ain't shit changed from yesterday, from 5,000 years ago. We were the same motherfuckers here. 100,000 years ago, we was here. We was here. Ain't no motherfucking Chinese man came from no black folks. Ain't no goddamn Arab came from no Chinese folks. Ain't no goddamn white man came from no goddamn black man. Because we'll be still popping out white babies today. I ain't talking about no mixed babies. Straight up white babies.
Yep. And even when you break the doctrine down,
that's real. That's real. You can't go. That's fact. That's real. Ain't no spookyism in it. Ain't no make believe shit you got on. No, I'm talking about me and Vicky making a straight up Tom, a white motherfucker with red hair, blonde hair, and blue eyes. Not albino, a straight up white man.
It
don't exist.
It ain't gonna happen.
Me and Vicky making a straight up Chinese man, not no mixed motherfucker, a straight up Chinese motherfucker.
It ain't gonna happen. Because if it was gonna happen, it would have already been to happen.
We have hair
So
and
don't tell me that shit was happening 5,000 years ago and ain't happening today. That's not reality. Don't tell me that shit was happening 1,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, and not happening today. And if ain't nothing new under the sun, we were here.
Facts, bro.
the hair
I
texture.
just don't think a long time ago there was no such thing as, oh, my fault, $1, no chance. I apologize.
I was just saying that you could tell by the hair and the fur. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing distinguishes.
And you can't tell me the motherfuckers. I mean, it's location. We is the natural fact. We are not Africans, and Africans are not us. We do not look like them, and they do not look like us. And you can't
But we
tell me
are
it's because we
family, though,
you
right?
can't tell me it's because we mixing no white man.
But we are one family, though, in the human family, right?
Yeah, we one family in the human family. I'm talking about as far as land locations. Everything came from Africa. That's nonsense. It's impossible for everything to come from Africa. It's impossible for everything to come from a black man and a black woman. That's just facts. Where everything came from a black man and black woman is still be happening today.
And that's fact.
We should go to the doctor and say, I don't know what the fuck we gonna have, baby. We might have a motherfucking Indonesian. I don't know what the hell we're gonna have. Well, climate does not determine genetics.
Climate does not determine genetics. No.
That's mixing genetics. That's nothing to do with climate. That's me going somewhere cold and fucking one of these women coming out the cave. That ain't got shit to do with the climate.
It,
Okay, well, if that's how it happened, if I got a white wife, we should have Hawaiian. If I got a white wife, we should pop out a Chinese baby with slant eyes and everything. That's not how it works, man. You bringing magic into it. Let's keep it real.
Yeah, but if we really vision it, like really look at it though, like before all this chaos or the so-called white man did whatever they did, that's the right story. That's what I'm trying to say.
If people mixed in, me and the Indonesian woman should have a Japanese baby.
It is like that if you look at it. Let me just say one thing real quick. Let's acknowledge.
But the thing about it is, but the thing you missing is that Indonesian woman existed and I existed, so we were different.
But when you mix a white and a black, like American, when their kids come out.
But in order to mix white and black, white has to exist and black has to exist.
Well, let's just build for 1 second. I don't need that long, though. I don't need that long. Just whenever a so-called white, black American, whatever the fuck we are, whenever we mix and have our kid come out really Asian or Mexican or Indian. What I'm trying to get to is like before the 1800s, most people in the world had a light complexion, and then we just got divided.
But see, you answering your own question, and you're not even realizing it. Because you're saying that white and black had to mix, so that means white and black had to be here in order to mix. So that means white didn't come from black.
Real quick,
Can I ask that question?
All I'm trying to say is
assimilation.
People look lighter hue when the separation happened. They put the so-called darker people this way, the mulatto people this way, and the lighter people that way, and put a crayon color to them. And it's been like that for 3 generations. So 4 generations without mixing, you come up with your own race.
Man, a mixed child does not look like a full-blooded Japanese.
Yeah,
it do not.
Mexicans, they mingle.
You said a mixed child is what?
It does not look like a full-blooded Japanese.
That they can walk right over to a Mexican.
If I have sex with this full-blooded Japanese woman, our child is not going to be full-blooded Japanese. It's not going to be full-blooded black. It's going to be a mixture of our genetics.
Right, and it ain't even
Those original races were here. Those Japanese, those Indonesians, those Hawaiians, those English, those Scottish, those blacks, they were here.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask.
And because we mixed with each other and made mixed babies.
You say that word black.
Well, not black. We're brown. Our darker races. But I'm just saying, because we mixed and made mixed children, does not mean we created an original race.
That's
semantics.
No, that ain't semantics. That ain't
no,
semantics.
I'm talking about him. He said to put a label on it and black and this and that. That's still a
Well, I say race to black, say brown. Our darker, our copper tone people. Our copper tone people, well, just because we mix does not make the original.
Right.
Hold on.
Y'all gotta understand what he's saying. Y'all gotta understand what Black Plan's saying.
But I got a question about assimilation. Like you just said, all of those people were already here originally. So isn't that just an assimilation of your, you just reassimilating your own genetic code?
It wasn't in the Americas.
But where does the genetic code come from? I don't
but
think
that's
y'all
the point
really
I'm making is
what
because
Black Plane's saying. What Black Plane is saying is that they all existed.
I get that, but what I'm saying is the dominance can't be ignored.
See, there you go with there we go with the hierarchy again.
Right.
You want to make yourself higher. You want to make a higher. You want to make yourself better than the Hawaiian, the Indonesian. The black man is God. The black man is king. You want to make yourself higher, opposed to make yourself what it is. We all need each other. Those people, look. When you look at those people, cultures, their cultures is solidified.
Yes,
their cultures is solidified.
And root words. You know, goddamn well he telling the truth because the Moors culture is solidified like a motherfucker.
There is some species that are more dominant in their
place. Now you want to make a hierarchy again. You want to bring the hierarchy into
the check this out. Check this out. What if some of us what if some of us copper tone motherfuckers are the new hybrid or the new creation or shit?
I'm telling you like this. If black folks were so motherfucking godly and great, we'll still be popping out every race on the planet.
We do.
Where?
No, we don't.
Can I just a minute? I don't need a long time.
What if we are the experiment itself, bro? Go ahead, though.
No, all I was saying is we get miscombobulated when we keep saying the word black because we're American.
Well, let's take away the word black. There's not dealing semantics. You know what I mean? We talking English.
One thing without getting cut off flat plane. Come on.
Okay.
I'm gonna be real quick. All I'm saying is we produce the American, if that's the right word. We produce every race. But when all other races say that they're black, it makes us artificial. We are the hierarchy.
Okay, prove it. Go on Google right now. I want you to pull up 2 black people that had a Japanese baby.
Flat. Hold on, Flat. Let him finish saying and then attack him because he gonna have a hell of a time proving the point. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is when you come to hierarchy, us American Negroes have created every invention in the world. We have every war we have been in. We master every sport, and we're dominant. That's not a black thing.
You mistaken culture for genetics.
Flat. Hold on. Let him get it out, and then we gonna
just remember what I said. I said the prestige and the alphabism of the American flag is way dominant than anybody. So it's not right when we just say that we all black. I agree.
Okay, now you confusing culture with genetics.
Okay, genetically, I was trying to ask without.
Okay, yes, we've influenced every culture. Yes, we've influenced every culture, but we don't produce Japanese babies, man.
Every race
we don't produce Chinese babies, man. We don't produce white boys.
Where
We
is
have
We
the
don't
every
produce
hierarchy?
race has
Scottish.
to deal with
We don't
black.
produce you.
Every
If
race
you
has
and
to
your
deal
wife,
with
do
Where
you and your wife got a Russian baby right now?
every race
Y'all
has
got
to
where
black, y'all got brown babies.
every race don't go for the Ivory Coast. Every race
where
go for the Egyptian. Every race go for the American.
You're confusing culture with genetics. Of course, we influence every culture,
Can
you
I
got to
but
ask
we
a
don't
separate
specific
it.
influence.
question? Like I'm trying to ask.
That's our genetics.
Without a hierarchy view, because I'm not saying we as black people, I'm saying we as dominant melanated people. Melanated people are dominant on the planet. There is no denying that. There are more people on the planet that are melanated with brown hair and brown eyes than anything else. All I'm asking is that a reassimilation of the gene when a melanated person has a child with someone of the outside race and their gene is 9 times out of 10 dominant. Meaning, if you have a interracial couple and one of those people are melanated, however you want to put that, that baby is going to be more like that or have features like that. And as time goes on, when that child has a child, those other features of the interracial part has disappeared because it has been taken over by the dominant gene. So
Now I want you to be real with yourself, Vicky. Think of interracial children. A white woman, black man. Oh, wait,
I
hold
got
up.
one
Let me
upstairs.
finish. Let me finish talking. Let me finish talking. White woman, black man, white woman. However you want to mix it up. The majority of those mixed children are lighter than they are darker. So you can't talk about dominance because if it was dominance, they'll be more darker than they are lighter, or they'll be most of them are in between or lighter.
and again, I
I
also
got one
mentioned
upstairs
second
right now.
generation too,
And
because when
what
it
shade are
comes
they
to
upstairs? What shade is they upstairs? Are they lighter or
Light
darker?
light skin as fuck.
That's what I'm saying. So you can't say what's dominant. See, that's where you go in the hierarchy because you want to be the most important, but you're not speaking facts.
okay, so genetically,
They are
if my
lighter than
father,
darker. They're
if my
lighter than
father
darker when you mix.
has a baby, me, with a darker woman, right? 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna come out with in the middle, or maybe
Or
all the way
lighter.
dark or
They're
lighter,
gonna be
right?
in the middle or lighter.
Okay. So here's what I'm saying about the gene. The gene from my father's family is not a melanated dominant gene. Okay, are you hearing what I'm saying? So I'm acknowledging what you're saying and I'm understanding what you're saying about how you're saying the races have to be separated already exist.
But I'm
Okay.
saying when you're talking about majority of
So
mixing, it's either in between or lighter. So you can't say
okay,
that
I
the
got
black
what
is
you're
dominant.
saying. But what I'm saying is the Irish man has a baby with a black woman and generations go on and shit pops out occasionally. The gene never left, but it still had been suppressed. Now here we are in the future with this Irish man and this black woman. We're in 15, 16 generations down now to my father having a baby with another black woman, producing 4 kids. Out of those 4 kids, my brother had 2 red-headed twins, and they are white. They not albino. They not kind of black. Them babies is white. Red freckles and fucking all. The gene never left is what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is you didn't see it with every other kid how you would think, but it was still present and strong enough to where 2 red-headed Irish twins came out of a black man. So all I'm saying is that not still some type of re-assimilation of your
What
own
was his
genetic
wife?
coding?
What was his wife?
She was black. And
She was dark.
not so much wife, but she was black. No, she's by my
Was she
complexion.
dark? She's about your complexion.
That's what my brother and her and my daddy, they all around the same complexion as me. But that came out of my brother genes.
So
Not
you
her
saying?
genes, his genes,
So
which
you
came from my
saying? So you
father,
saying
and
that?
his father was dark as fuck. but that Irish gene didn't go nowhere. So all I'm saying
Because
is,
it was an
it's
original. The Irish Dream was original.
Yeah,
but
and when
that's
you say
but
black, you got to put a country to black. You put in a country to Irish, so you got to say the Irish person has sex with a Congo man, or the Irish person has sex with a American Negro. You know, when you say black, that's a false meaning. It's worthless. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I'm losing what it is, though.
that was my illustration closest I can get. Okay, so either way, Irish man with an African American, if you
But
want to
still,
put it
that
that way,
that
whatever.
original Irish
All I'm
existed
saying
in
is,
the equation, right?
but I'm saying, but the
That
dominant
original
gene
Irish.
took over for 16 generations. That's a
But that
long time
original
for
Irish
genes
was in
not
the
to make
equation,
sense.
right?
Yes,
Okay, then. So that
but
that says it all.
but it didn't pop out. It took so long before it made itself present again. That's all I'm saying. So
But
that's a
because of that,
suppression to me.
but that don't say that the darker was first.
Right.
That Irish, that original Irish was still in the equation. You can't take it out,
I'm
Right.
saying
regardless of
the
what it mixed with.
darker is consuming. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying assimilation. That's what I'm saying. Because even though you're saying the
Yeah.
babies are going to come out late or whatever, it's still a form of
Okay.
assimilation because that
What
gene.
I'm gonna clarify what I'm saying. What I'm saying, when you take that original white woman and an original copper toned man, they gonna have either in between or lighter baby. Now, of course, if you take the lighter baby and go with a darker, it's gonna get darker over the thing if you keep going darker. Or if you keep going, if you take that light skin mixed baby and she mixed with another light skin, they gonna have another light skin. They may have a darker on down the line, but uh originally they gonna have a light skinned baby. So you can't say what's dominant and what's not. It's all equal.
I
And
feel like if the
you know
Irish
how
gene was dominant, there would have been more white children present than mixed or melanated.
well, you can't
Okay.
really say that because what I was saying is I got right now my godson, he upstairs with my wife, okay, and his mother, she is a product of a black man and a white woman. Her skin is white as fuck, but her hair is coarse. Her hair is nappy. She produced two sons. The one that's upstairs looked like a white baby. The baby that's upstairs with us right now, he looked white as fuck. He got white skin and he got straight hair. But her other son that is with her also has white skin, but he got coarse hair. But he still has white skin. You understand what I'm saying? So how can I determine what gene was dominant? I can't, because out of two children, both of them had white skin, but one of them carried the straight hair and the other one carried coarse hair. So
But
I can't
if
say
you,
that
so
it's a
we're
dominant gene.
disavowing. So I'm saying with this and acceptance of anything of a scientific nature is disavowed. Period.
I mean, when you think of the reality of it, see, you can always go what we've been taught. If we dominant, you have a married a white woman, the black man gonna be dominant. But the fact of it is, it's not the fact. If it was dominant, it'd be dark. But it's either in between or lighter.
But
So,
not white.
but I'm just
So
saying
that's
though.
I'm just saying
But
if it's
it's
not white,
closer. It's closer to white than it is to black.
It's closer to white than it is to black. That's what I see. And I got one of them upstairs. I goddamn go wake his ass up and bring him down here so y'all can see it.
but
And he
melanated
is
is melanated and that pertains to
but
But
dominant
who
group.
but
defines what
every
melanin
culture,
is? See, we put the definition
right,
of melanated and saying
right,
that darker is better.
right,
Melanin is melanin.
I'm not
right.
even arguing
Every
or
culture
saying none
got
of that.
melanin in it.
Genetically,
See, there you go
brown is
again,
dominant on the
genetically.
planet.
Who told you that?
The trees are brown. The dirt is brown.
The
Brown
trees
is a
also
dominant
green.
thing on the planet, though. But it's more dirt than it is leaves.
It's more water than it is everything.
So it's dominance. It's in nature. I'm
Water
just
is
Actually,
saying
clear.
brown
Water
ain't no
is
blue
actually,
clear.
people though, but ain't no
Water
blue
is
people,
clear.
but it's brown
actually,
Water
you're
is
right.
people.
clear. Water is clear.
But we not
Water is
seriously.
clear and
Oh,
it
but I'm
appears
like
to be
saying,
blue. You're right.
whatever. But when we talking about brown, y'all saying
Well, if you
seriously
want to
that
say dominance,
majority of the
water is the
world is
dominant thing on
not
Earth. Water, so that
melanated.
means clear is more dominant. It's more water than it is land. It's more water than it is trees. Water is clear, so clear is dominant.
I can't see nobody putting no argument against that.
I'm gonna argue against it because can we say that clear equals the same mass as the brown?
But the
How?
clear out numbers, there's clearly it's clearly more water on this plane than it is land.
And I've yet to see someone put a color on water.
That we know.
So water is clear. So
All I
clear is
know
dominant.
is brown is
So the
dominant
so
in
the
nature.
so the clear
Period.
is no
You can
clear is
call it
No,
dominant in
whatever. You
nature.
water.
can call it a Haitian, a Jamaican,
Clear
a
is
Cuban.
dominant
I
in
could care
nature.
less.
Clear is dominant. Clear is even dominant in your own body.
But where is clear visible on a human spectrum? Ain't no
Because
damn
your
clear.
body, but your body is more water than it is anything else.
I understand that, but we're talking about hues. Ain't no clear
Okay,
people
well,
walking around.
Hughes,
If they are, they
go to your
ghosts.
faucet right now and pour a glass of water.
It's
Your
gonna be
toenails
clear
and
as
your
fuck.
fingernails are clear.
So brown is not dominant. Clear is.
No,
And
clear
clear
is
and you can
clear
Is
put
clear a
any,
color?
but you
satisfaction.
can put any
Clear
color in
Is
clear.
clear a color?
now.
Water will turn to any color you put in front of it.
Clear is always going to fall. So clear couldn't be dominant and dominant. The most dominant.
Clear is not a color. We're talking about
Actually,
colors.
Water will take
clear
on the
is
form.
dominant.
Water will take on the form and color of anything you put in front of it.
I
Yep.
said clear. I didn't say water. Clear.
But water is the dominant. Water is the dominant. If you want to go into trees and stuff, water is the dominant. Water is the dominant of anything on this plane.
Side of it, bro. There's nothing there, so it's naturally like a feather. It's going to.
How you
fall.
saying nothing there?
Hold on, let
Okay.
me 1 second. I ain't gonna cut you off, bro.
Okay.
All I'm saying is when you say black contains all colors.
I'm not telling.
And it's the
Water can be black too.
Oh my! Can I just say one thing, bro? I'm just like we talking about clear being the most dominant, and it can't be dominant because it's pure void. So it's most essence. But whenever you start putting different colors and different weights to it, it naturally makes it dominant. That's like if you weigh 250 pounds, only weigh 180. Most likely you dominant.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna put it to you this way. In this plane or planet or whatever you think we live on, what is the dominant element?
Water.
The most powerful force.
Water.
What is is not? Don't say trees. Don't say land. Don't say dirt. What is the dominant element and where you live today?
Water.
Brown water.
No. No. It's water.
Facts. He's just trying to put clear with it. That's why I threw brown.
Well, I'm just saying because if you go to the ocean or the sea or the river, whatever, and you take a cup or a glass and you take that and you scoop it up, it's gonna be clear. And the only way to change is like Flat Plane said. The only way to change is if you put another color in front of it.
So clear is the absence of nothing, not white. Right.
Clear would be dominant.
If you got a clear cup of water, if you got 2 equal cups of water, they're equal, they're clear, they're pure. As soon as you add a pebble of dirt, that makes that brown water dominant because it's just pure.
But you have to add it. If you don't add it, it'll be neutral.
Okay, I just thought we were talking about dominant and clear, and I was just like,
so that's what I'm saying.
And also,
so if
and also they clear form take on any form or image that you put in front of it.
Okay, so clear is neutrality.
Facts.
So you can't say that. So you can't say that brown is dominant. You can't say that ground and dirt, whatever you want to lay yourself in genetics to. You can't say it's dominant.
Brown is closer to black, and black is what?
All the colors combined.
So it's
when you mix all the colors combined, you get black.
Black is tainted than a motherfucker if you want to say that. Black is super artificial if you want to put it that way.
Yeah. Because when you take all the colors and mix the motherfuckers together, it'll be black.
So it's nothing? It's the void or it's clear the void?
So what I'm going to tell you this. If you take white out of black, it's not black anymore.
Is clear and black the equal? Is
If
black
you
the
take
shadow of clear?
white
Clear
out
and
of
black
black,
of the
it's not
shadow of
black
black?
anymore. If you take
No,
white out of black, it's not
same.
black anymore. If you
Clear,
take red out of it, it's not black anymore.
white and
Right.
black on each side like a balancer. Black and white is the same, not clear. Clear is like the mediator.
Clear as the purity.
Facts.
If
But
brown is
but
closest to black
to
and black
relate,
is
but you want to
everything,
relate clear to white and darker to black. So
Mm-hmm.
right?
when you
So that's
say
what I said.
when you say dominant, then
Right.
if you want to go into clear and white, then
The
the
white
white will
gene is
be dominant.
dominant, is what you're saying.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying get away from the dominance. It is what it is.
Right. And I agree with that.
Clear as the mirror.
Of black.
Because you can't have one without the other.
And we're just
Yeah, who just said that? Who just said that?
I said it.
That's a
No,
fact. That's a fact. Clear as the mirror.
say that
clear as the mirror. Like when you look at the water, you see yourself. So that's to tell you that's the original man. Whoever looking at
So
themselves.
who's to say black and white is dominant when you can't have one without the other?
because you can't say black or white because they're adjectives. You gotta
Okay, you say all colors together make black, right? But if I
Yes.
take white out of that, it's no longer black.
It ain't black no more.
But it's brown, and brown is still close to
But it's
black.
not black.
Everything. That's his argument. That's all he been saying.
So when you take each color away, it goes into its original state. Its original red, its original blue, its original
Yep.
yellow, its original green. Now when you mix
Yep.
them, you get these other things. But the
Yep.
original is green, red, yellow, blue, white, black.
Yep.
That's the original.
Yep.
White and black. You know what I'm saying? So
Yep.
that goes to Chinese, Japanese,
Yep.
Hawaiian. That's the original.
Yep.
So if every race is the rainbow or Roy G. Biv, basically what you're saying,
That's
because
all it is.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nothing new under the sun. What
then
nature imitates life.
so what would you consider indigo blue?
Whatever mixed it, whatever two original colors mixed to get it, or to whatever two original colors and another sub color to get it. But there has to be an original. The rainbow tells you there's an original: red, blue, yellow. Now when you
Yep.
mix those, you get other things.
Yep. The rainbow will tell you right off the rip. As soon as you see that motherfucker, it's telling you what's here.
It's gonna tell you all the originals.
Yep. It's gonna tell you everything that's on this plane. And that's a fact.
black and white is not in the rainbow. Just know that. Just know
It's
that.
not. So it's not an original. You have to
It's
mix
not
some
an
of the
original.
you have to
gotta
mix the
them.
originals to get that.
Yep. You gotta mix them.
So when we all this argument about what's dominant, what's this, nature telling you what it is. If all the colors make black, if all the colors make black, then we take those colors away one by one and put them back in the rainbow. That's the original.
Yep. Because you ain't got black no more.
But when
But
you
you can't get a rainbow without.
If you put a clear jar somewhere and then you put the white forts on one side, you naturally saying it's pure and it has less weight in it.
But see, what you mixing is what does it take to make a rainbow? Clear water.
Water.
Clear water. It takes that to make the rainbow. So what's the dominant? The clear.
The dominant is black, bro, when you putting on a weight form. But when it comes to beauty, the white is the dominant. So you just can't.
That's what I'm saying. White and clear. White and clear.
But ain't neither one on the rainbow.
Yo, can I just talk to
But okay. But to make the rainbow, you need clear water.
Right.
You said to make a rainbow. White and black is not in the rainbow.
That's what I'm telling you.
Right.
Yeah, so why do we keep talking this white and black shit?
Because that's what you get when you mix it.
Where you get white and black at?
When you mix all the colors
clear
together, you're
from
gonna
the
get
water
black.
that bends
The whole conversation started. The whole conversation started because we saying that black couldn't have made brown couldn't have made all these races. That's a fallacy.
All colors together is that the dominant force is the black.
And
No, the
that's why I'm
dominant
saying,
force
like,
is
the
the black.
rainbow is
No.
elegant in the explanation itself. That's
But
why I
no.
mentioned
The
it. And
dominant force is not the black because it takes the red, the blue, the green, the yellow to make the black. But if you
Right.
take
So
the
if
if you
you
take the yellow away from the black, it's no longer black.
it's the most. It's the most.
No. If
I kind of see what
if
you're
it take
saying.
I see what you're saying that it's the most, but if it takes all those originals to make me, then I'm not as powerful as those individual originals. Because if you take one away from me, I'm no longer what I am.
Man,
Mm-hmm.
but colors don't work the same way as genetics, though, man. That's one thing there. Genetics and colors, they don't work the same way.
Facts, Star, because they're
I was
additive.
just gonna also mention,
They
like,
don't
what you
work the
said.
same way, bro.
You put an
But
Like
I'm
additive.
paint,
just
like if you
saying.
take
But I'm
paint,
just saying. You could
you can't compare paint and
take
colors to genetics, bro. That's
I'm
just a
just saying.
different. It's a different
Star.
thing.
Take away all the magical shit. Take away all the spookism. Just look at the facts.
No, I hear
The
what you're
rain.
saying.
The
I'm just
rain.
saying
The rainbow tells you the fact.
we can't
I'm
try to of course we
The
can't try to mix
rainbow
the two.
tells you
We gotta keep
there
colors
are
with colors.
original colors.
We gotta keep colors with colors, and we gotta keep genetics with genetics, bro.
now
Like
look,
we
look,
That's
gotta
what I'm
look,
treat it as
saying.
look,
there's a
look,
That's what I'm
look, look,
separation.
saying.
look. I'm saying
So
this.
with genetics, two black people can't make a 100% original Japanese baby.
If you were saying, and
Man,
you're
but
saying
see,
that it takes all the
Japanese people
it's a
originals to
are
problem.
make
black.
That's a problem. That's a
black.
problem. But that's a problem though, bro, because the land ain't the people. That's another thing.
That's what I'm saying. The land,
These
not the people.
con but these concepts though were these things that came later, man. It's Asian, it's that people like thousands of years ago, people wasn't calling themselves Asian, African, all these other what I'm saying? It was
Yes,
they
they
was
were.
saying
Ain't nothing new under the sun. Those people, history and
nah,
culture
man.
is
Them
too
lands, that-
solidified for it
them
to just
lands,
come from black people.
them lands, what ain't been what they call. That's not an eternal thing. That hasn't been for eternity, bro.
No country has
Those
been.
those
Hey,
things,
hey,
those things,
name
those
a
things ain't
time,
transpired.
name a time in your history. Name a time where you know that a Japanese motherfucker didn't come from Japan.
They
Name
wasn't
it.
called
Well,
The time that they did
what we call them today.
the
Name
time.
that type of person.
I just told you
That
the time that they did. There was a time
that
before the
culture.
time. Would you agree that there's a time before the times, but that they came
Okay,
from where
name
they
it.
come
I'm
from?
talking
I'm
reality.
just saying. Would you? I'm talking reality too. Would
Japan
you
is
agree that
Name a time that
there's a
culture didn't
time?
exist in that land.
Is there always a time before the time, bro? Is that true?
Okay, where's a time for a
Is
time? But
family
in
of
your
is that
knowledge,
a
Is there
is that reality?
Afro-Asiatic? Is there Afro-Asiatic? If there is
I'm talking
Afro-Asiatic,
about
then it
reality.
exists.
I'm talking about reality. Name in your reality.
Is that not reality, man?
Can I name
Name
a
in your
time?
reality.
Is that
I'm
not
not going to give
reality,
you
bro?
the bloodline of them people. They don't even go by
The
a time.
time before the time, and
Well,
you telling
forget
me
the name.
that's not
Forget the
reality?
name. Forget the name. Semantics. Japan. We're not gonna call them Japanese. That culture. Name a time that culture didn't exist in that land.
It wasn't Japanese culture.
Man,
Right.
I couldn't
Well,
even
take
tell you,
Japanese
man.
away.
But I
Take
do know,
Japanese away.
but I do know that there's always a time prior to the time, whatever time we talking about. I
Yeah,
do
but
know that.
what Flat Plane is saying, name a time when that culture changed. It didn't. The culture stayed the same.
Look, man, I'm not
Yeah,
old
but
enough.
Regardless
the
if
I'm
the
not.
people
I'm
name,
not old
the
change.
enough.
name,
Look,
no,
man.
You,
Look,
the
no,
people
no,
the
didn't
no, no,
people
change.
bro.
change.
No,
I don't think.
they didn't.
I don't think
The
any
people
of us
didn't
are
change.
old.
The culture
Look,
stayed the
man. Look,
same.
man. Nah, nah,
The
nah. I don't
culture
think
stay the
any
same,
of
but
us.
the
I
people
don't think
change.
any of us are old enough for wherever we should age where we able to witness
The
anything like
Celtic
that.
race
We
is all of
can't
If
Caucasian
just
if
look
people
this
around
down
and
on
was
say
true,
that,
then
man.
Presidential days, on the
Asians wouldn't be
religious
split down the
land,
middle and
on
accepting two
Christians,
different
Muslims,
views
Samoan
on
Man,
their
Druids,
culture.
them people
It's
been
Iceland
in
just
that
Slavs,
land. That's why Japanese hate
Masons,
Chinese. They
That's
been in that
why.
land.
That's why
all
Japanese hate Chinese
in these
and
six
Chinese hate
sectors. The
Koreans and
Celtics,
that's not
Koreans hate
the
right.
Celtics,
Vietnamese.
the
Why
Yeah,
would
it
Celtics.
y'all
is
think that?
because they was always in that land and they was
The
always
Celtics
separated.
always wanted to fight too.
Yeah, they was always in that land and they was always separated.
Yeah, I
They was
know.
separated by
Once
what?
upon
Ain't
a
They
nothing
was
new
time,
under the
separated by
sun. Y'all trying to
culture.
make it magical. Ain't
once
Ain't
nothing new
upon
nothing
a
under the
new under the
time
sun.
sun.
though, why do you think they fought so hard to reunify the land? They never said we're unifying. They said we are reunifying the land. That is why Tong fought as hard as they did to assimilate all of the outlying areas.
But
They were once.
you put one foot on that Japanese culture.
They were once one. Now, all I'm saying is, perspective-wise, Asians, they themselves have two strong core values. One, what you're saying is that we always inhabited the land as we are, and the other is that we derived from these people. They do have that
That's
in their
not true.
culture
That's
as
not true.
well. But
Because
if they themselves acknowledge it, why is it hard for anyone else to?
I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna tell you like this. Those cultures are so deep and so ancient. If you call a Mexican or Puerto Rican, he'll kill you.
Asian people here is like that's all the fuck they say. They don't say they come from nowhere else. They just say, look, we don't call each other creons. If you start saying Asian, they call Polynesian people. We don't look at people like everybody come from Africa. Everybody that got so-called melanating don't come from Africa.
Now, what do the Aborigines of any culture? What the fuck do they look like, bro?
There's no such thing.
They ain't like
ain't nothing new under the sun. They look like you and me today.
But that's the same with the Aboriginals in Asia. They were melanated.
Ain't no Aborigine fucking light or pale, bro. Ain't not near, not one.
Hey, stop. Want me to tell you what they look like? Go look in the mirror.
That's what they look like.
That's for the French people.
I'm gonna tell you like this: if I take a dude from New York, just go snatch him out the Bronx, go snatch a dude out of Compton, go snatch a dude out of San Francisco, go snatch a dude out of Chicago, go snatch a dude out of St. Louis, line them dudes up. Then I'm gonna go snatch a nigga out of Zimbabwe and Guyana. I'm gonna go snatch a dude out of Haiti, and I'm gonna put them on the lineup. The dudes that I snatched out of Chicago, New York, San Francisco, they gonna all have similar features and they gonna all look alike. The motherfuckers I snatched from other countries, they gonna look like they came from where they came from.
Islam, goddammit.
Because what the Asians were putting together, they weren't talking about the people, they were talking about the land. What they were trying to put together, our land, not our people, because the people were different. That's why they still fighting over there.
But if we're talking about Asia as a whole,
we talk about genetics.
Hold on, not Japanese, not Chinese, Koreans. We're talking about Asians as a whole. Okay, you don't disavow India, you don't disavow Thailand, you don't. These people are melanated.
But they all look different though.
But they're Asians.
And that's why they tried to put together what was original was the land.
If I put a full blooded Japanese and the Chinese right beside each other, you'll be able to tell which is which.
Exactly, because the people are different. The land is the same, but the people are different.
Then there are melanated people that are aboriginal to the Africans, and then there's melanated people that are aboriginal to the Americans, like Flat Plain said.
Yeah, so every race got melanin in it. Even white people got melanin in their skin.
I know, I hate that word. I'm just trying to not call it.
If I put a Scottish man and a Russian next to each other, even though they both white, you'll be able to tell them apart.
Yep. Just like if you take me and an African, you'll be able to tell me from the African because we're not going to look the same.
And just like you could tell one of these Southern white boys is different from a European.
But a dude from New York, Chicago, St. Louis, LA, Memphis, Atlanta, we gonna all look the same.
Y'all gonna all look the same.
That's why the police have so much mistaken identity.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, we leave out there.
Because they might talk different and shit like that, but they gonna look the same.
We're looking for a suspect black male somewhere between 4'6" and 6'5".
Me right now, I'm from the South. I can go into New York and fit in, but the motherfucker from Guyana, he gonna stick out like a sore thumb.
Yep.
I mean, you do got a point. A lot of us do be looking to be having a lot of the similar features. I'm not denying that. Even us on the panel right now, we got a lot of like some similarities with all of us. Like that shit is weird. It's hard for me to like as far as this whole white. I really don't fucking know. That's what makes it difficult. But I mean, trying to look at it from the sense of land mass and people of this land, that does make sense. I know I'm familiar with there being a root of some type of dark trait when it comes to a odor. The odor of the odor of people are usually
But
you find
what I'm saying,
a darker
Star.
complexion of those people. That's what I'm getting at.
But what I'm saying, Star. Just take me. I can go to LA. Far as appearance, I fit in just right. I might not fit in far as my swag, my accent, or the way I talk, but I'm gonna fit in far as my appearance just right. But you take a motherfucker from South Africa, full blood South African, throw us in there, LA. There you go. He stick out like a sore motherfucking thumb. We are not the same.
Mm-hmm.
I already said. I think every type of people got their own God or their own source. I feel like that already. So I don't know.
It is what it is. We were here. It didn't know Chinese motherfuckers come from two black motherfuckers. Didn't know two Hawaiians make no black motherfuckers. We are here. It's just like the cats. You have leopards, tigers, cheetahs, black leopards. You have all of them are cat family. All of them are the cat family.
That's also with basic scientific
I agree with that.
shit thrown out too, because it's different when you're like, considering scientific facts. And I just say that due to, if you gotta accept certain shit scientifically, then that's what's going to pull you to that conclusion every time the conversation we having. So that's why
I'll take it even another level. I don't even agree with the one human family. I don't agree with that shit.
I don't agree with that either, man. I'm like, fuck that shit.
You know, we were never meant to mix. Just like you don't have tigers in nature fucking lions. You know what I'm saying?
I don't understand that. If you're saying we all here, we one human family, then we were going to.
Of course, we're one human family, just like they are one cat family.
They are
never meant to mix.
You'll be seeing no lions fuck no have sex. I'm apologizing about my language. You don't have to see no
we
lions.
were never.
You don't see blue jays having sex with red birds. You don't see that. They all the bird family though.
We were never meant to mix.
What then is the implications of that if you claim that we were never meant to mix, and the melanated people, especially those who are black, quote unquote?
What do you mean melanated?
Melanated people.
What do you mean?
Break that down
because that's what we were saying earlier. Same reference I was using earlier.
What you mean?
Every human person has melanation in their skin. All of us got melanation.
Right, to a certain degree. When we start talking about the rainbow and the spectrum and things like that, I'm saying, off of that, just alone, just where we were discussing it earlier, in that same context, does that apply then? Does it apply?
We're saying it really doesn't apply, because now you want to make the one dominant and one not, because I've just proven to you that black is not dominant, because you've taken the original white woman or original Chinese woman and a black man, that baby gonna be in between the lighter.
I'm saying
so the black is not dominant.
And okay, so if they're saying they don't believe in one human race, and you're saying
it is one human race, but there's different species.
They don't believe that. They just said that. They don't believe. Did y'all not? I'm sorry.
I said the feline is all one family. But there's different type of felines, like the jaguar, the cat, the little kitty cat, the Siamese cat, the lion. You know what I'm saying? So they're all
that man in South Africa is a certain species of human. Right. Only that human comes from that area.
Mountains is some weird shit too to me. I don't know. Some weird
Look, only that human, when it's in the original state, comes from that area. Only Japanese people, let's take away the words, let's not play semantics. Only Japanese people come from Japan.
Okay, without playing semantics based off what Star said, he does not believe that that he don't believe it. Okay, so what I'm asking is the opposite of not believing it is to believe we are one human race. If
Yeah,
we
we
are
are one
just
human race.
okay, he don't believe it. On the flip side, if we are all one human race, why would we not
But see,
mingle
but
and
like in
reproduce
nature,
with one another?
see the Eric is a man is to separate himself from nature. He think he's greater than nature. He's above nature. He rules nature. No, everything in nature is the same. Just like there are different species of cat, you have to know there are different species of human.
Some come from monkeys, some come from mothers, some
No, not come from monkeys and all that. I'm saying Japanese is a
But that's
species.
what that said.
Japanese
What?
is. We have to realize,
Hold on, wait.
just like a jaguar, Japanese is a species of human.
Okay, to touch on
Americas
that
is a
fact, like
species of
he
human.
said, to touch on that fact, he said some come from others and monkeys. Now hold on. Remember when Squid was on here, he said that they people believe they derived from fish.
No,
They
we ain't
were
come from
water
none of that
people.
shit.
I'm gonna tell you like
No,
this: if
No,
we
we ain't
came
I'm
come
from
from none
just
of
fish,
that.
we'll still be coming from fish today. Shit
I'm
don't
Right,
just
mentioning.
disappear.
right,
That's just stupid. Shit don't just disappear.
right.
If we came from fish and monkeys, it'll still be happening today. Two monkeys and me in the jungle and have Billy. God
If we
damn.
if we came if we came from fishes and monkeys, why the fuck you'll still have fishes? You'll still have monkeys. It wouldn't be able to exist. The
I mean,
motherfuckers already been evolved together already.
you got to take away the
Cool.
spookies and the magic shit away.
So right. So
Take the magic show away.
again, remember the first thing I said was we throwing out common scientific knowledge. This is common scientific knowledge that I'm mentioning. Now, with all of that thrown out, you were saying
See,
the different hold on, you're saying the different classifications of species of man is
the different it's just like nature. The lion family, jaguars, tigers, lions. Japanese is a species.
okay, so what's
That's
the
why
determining factor?
That's why Japanese people produce Japanese people.
Yes.
So what's the
That's why
determining factor per species?
it's a species.
Okay,
But
so what's the determining factor per
over
species?
time, we broke the nature code and we started mixing species.
Okay, so what are the determining factors of a species? What are the main species then?
So
Okay,
every mixed nigga is a birth defect. That what you saying?
I'm just saying, it's nothing new under the sun. If I go to Japan, I'm gonna see slanted-eyed motherfuckers with long ponytails down their back. That's their culture. They do not look like Chinese people. If I go right to the next island, which is China, it'll be a whole different type of motherfucker.
Okay, so what do
What I'm
you
saying,
think the first three species of classification of man are?
I think we were all here on our Pacific lands, and do traveling. We mix with each other and exchange cultures and everything. Because the culture on each land is so goddamn solidified that you can't not think of a time that it wasn't there. Even
So how many
here,
species of men
I
are there?
mean, even here in Americas.
That's where the complication comes in for me. If there's a species to man, how many are there? What are the determining factors per species?
They still here today. You got Japanese, you got Chinese, you got Indonesian, you got Hawaiian, you
So we're
got
saying
you got
what? Hair, eyes, lips, nose, skin tone is the determining factors per
it's a
species.
lot of determining factor. It goes to land, culture. It's just so many determining things because when you go around play, you see so many different things. It's different than what you are doing.
Okay, true. Fact. Boom. Culture. That's a good one. Great one. Glad you said it. So culture, a lot of
Okay,
people have the identifying factors of
now
that,
we're gonna
right?
go to genetics. We're gonna
No,
go to genetics.
a lot of people have the
Does a
identifying
Hawaiian
factors of that.
if I
Culture.
put if I'm now gonna go to genetics. If I go to Hawaii, take a motherfucker that's family has generations of staying in Hawaii. I go pull his son. Then I go take Joe to Japan, a motherfucker that has generations and generations of staying in Japan, and I put the Japanese motherfucker and the Hawaiian motherfucker, and right there you'll be able to say that's a Hawaiian, that's a Japanese.
And I got that, but on that perspective,
That's genetics.
genetically, I know these people are related. From the Samoans, the Alaskans, the Islanders, and Thailands, I can tell where they're related at, even though they're not in the
See,
same area. Migration. What I'm
see,
asking,
yeah.
hold on, what I'm asking is these determining factors for this species. Wouldn't you say culture is a signifier of a species?
I would say I'm gonna take away culture. Take away all the culture of Japanese, all the culture of Hawaiians when they in their little sun and when they're in the little leaves and stomping on the beach and doing whatever they're doing. Take their culture away. I'm gonna go strictly genetics. They don't look the same. They are
So,
from where they are from where they are from. Of course, we can go out and venture and mix with each other and share shit.
but we say an
But
advanced society has culture. They're advanced.
you
They're
can't get
established if they have culture. So the
okay.
oldest religions, or whatever you want to consider, as far as a people, a society, or whatever, has unique cultures. That's the first thing you said.
okay.
Japanese people,
I say take coach. I say take cultures away.
but
I
I
well,
want to prove a
listen.
point.
I'm gonna go I'm gonna say it simply to you.
I want to prove a
Take.
point though.
I say take culture away. Take
But
culture away
if you don't,
by simply genetics. And as close as they are, and as close as they are, can you tell a Chinese from a Japanese?
yes, I understand that. I understand all of it.
That's strictly genetics.
And again, I can tell the difference between a Chinese, a Japanese, a Korean, a Taiwanese,
Okay.
a Hawaiian.
Can you tell the difference between a dude from St. Louis and a dude from South Africa?
I understand. Yes, absolutely, without a doubt. But what I'm
So
asking
genetics.
is if we say genetically the species is defined by intelligent achievements, culture being one, then what in the fuck do you call a people with no culture?
That's what I say. If you take culture away, it's not a coincidence that a motherfucker from South Africa looks like he's from South Africa, that a motherfucker from St. Louis looks like he's from St. Louis, that a motherfucker from Japan looks like they're from Japan. Take culture away and let genetics be the rule. They look like where they from.
But I want to know if we are from here, where is your culture? Because to be an intelligent species, you must have one. And somehow there is a generation of people living here without one.
All right, let me
Everything I'm gonna tell you like
It
this.
has many roots.
I'm
It
gonna tell
has
you like
many
this.
roots.
Everything you see here, no matter what race is doing it, is the culture of this land.
Can I let me say, like, when she say our culture is we the ones who invented electricity, beautiful. We the ones who invented cars. We the ones who invented football and baseball and basketball.
I'm not saying I don't know we are the craftsmen. We are the craftsmen and the inventors. I understand that.
Beautiful, nothing else. We invented
But
hip hop. We invented R&B.
I know this. I see this.
So
But give it.
that's the strengths of copper tone people. So now you got to name the strengths of lighter tone people.
Now, can you please name the culture of Africa?
I'm not from Africa, so I don't know. I ain't never
No, I
been.
was asking her that same culture. She said, "What's about the people from over here? Our culture." I just named her our prestige. I would like to name the African culture.
There are many.
mean, I ain't never been there. I don't know. I ain't never lived there to experience it.
I'm just asking.
They have a beautiful culture. They have a culture where they're the best at running long speeds. They have a culture when they were dealing with the lions and tigers and everything. They came up with certain languages.
And that's also a beautiful culture here.
Beautiful as our human family nature in Africa, our human family in Africa too. That's all.
I'm gonna go to the thing of Africa and all these other countries.
Like I say, ain't nothing new under the sun. Since the beginning of time, everything has been trying to get here, just like it is today. It ain't nothing new under the sun.
So I'm asking, I can say, I can name 10 different versions of cloth or fabric and the things that they can be used for where you might see them as far as dress and culture goes. I'm getting to the point of why do you think, in general, our people, especially our young people here in America, say the things that we don't have a culture. And I'm just saying this in reference to that classification for that species of man. Because if that is a strong one, we have a culture, a vast one. But why are
Yes,
the
we do.
basic things, why are the basic things missing? Because you can still say that the Japanese speak this or the Koreans speak that. You can say that. You cannot say that we just English and nothing else. That's it. That's all we are. That's all we ever
What I'm
were,
saying,
ever.
what I'm,
So that's why I'm asking this question, because people often say we don't have a culture because it's not anything that we can identify with one thing. That's why, because we're masters of many things. But
and and
is our
America's,
culture red, white, and blue? Is those our colors? That's what we waving out here on the west side.
but then you got to actually say what's the dominant culture on the planet. It'll be right here. Just it's been like this since the beginning of time. Everything is always tried to get here, but we look in other place. We looking somewhere else, opposed to looking where we stand. I'm tell you like this: me and you, Vicky, looking at our pictures. Somewhere down the line, we were cousins.
We are
We look
cousins,
alike.
boo. I'm joking. Go ahead.
But I'm just saying though, no, neither one of us look like we from South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as we figure that out, we can help the world out. Because we need to let ourselves know what our species is. And all of the human species is beautiful. We just forget about our beauty. That's all.
I mean, ain't nothing new in nature. We're we're not above nature. We're in nature. We're a species just like lions, just like cats, just like the bird family, just like the fish family, just like the whale. We're all species.
Yep.
Of course, we mixed along the way. You know, even though we weren't supposed to do that. And
I think whatever all of this shit is, like whatever I don't want to even want to say we, but whatever I'll just speak for myself. Whatever I am, I feel like I've been tempered with my family. I feel like my blood or whoever my ancestral connection is, I feel like it's been tampered with along the way. I don't feel like there is a or actual origin that has been,
but
you know,
stop.
through time that has not been tampered with. I'm speaking on some
But I'm gonna
experiment.
tell you
I'm
some
speaking
deep
on some
ass shit. I'm gonna tell you
experimental
some deep
shit.
ass shit, Star. I don't give a fuck if a Chinese woman come over here, a Japanese woman come over here. I don't give a fuck who you mix with. Your seed and you gonna still look like the land that you're attached to.